Good morning, everybody. What's up? Where are we going today? That's a good fucking question. We're like right in the middle of gamma neutral and gamma max. You're the best gherk of all the gherks. Hold up. Never mind. How are August 2023 monthlies open on the chain, but we still don't have 2022? One is a leap contract, which also probably shouldn't be open. The other is a monthly. Oh my god. Oh, my eyes are doing that thing with the light again today. Ow. No Oragel in my eyes. Go dark Gurk. Gurk Noir. Then I have to answer questions all day about, why is it dark? Why can't I see you? IBKR Burrow dropped 58.94 since you did the DD. Beautiful. Why is it light? Why can I see you? Alright, smartass. I'm looking at July calls and trying to find the best entry point. What indicators should I be looking for? The price to be fucking lower. I mean, Opex is represented by a move from like sub delta neutral to above gamma max, right? So DN, GM, and we expect the price to move from this range up into this range. Right now, we're trading in this range. So wouldn't you want to buy calls in this range? I wasn't being savage. It seems like something. Oh, fuck you, Carl. Also, how you feeling today, buddy? You still dying? Are you home yet? Have you gotten the wife sick? Much better. Cough is a bitch. No, she's running around with the pool boy or something. Okay. Yeah, pool boy. Ding ding. The markets are open. You close the markets, I need more coffee. That's not how this works, man. My wife is banging Zakir's wife. Oh. That's kind of awkward for both of you. This is a lot of mod drama. This involves 3 moderators. I can't. Fuck that. I'm not getting involved. Did you check out those sweet new channel iron brackets on your fire escape? No. They never came back. Is this the Persian rug pull? Why would I know that? I'm not Persian. Since we're taking requests, can you open the August options chain? No. You're gonna have to wait. The faster we drop, the faster we fly up. I mean, that's not how that works, but I like where your head's at. Is this DRS? Sure. When BBBY, no longer a bag of odorous excrement. Just be patient. Jesus. Why are my puts not green? Probably because you bought them way too far out of the fucking money. Like, you know what? People have been showing me their put positions, and it's all like, I only need 3 days for the price to drop $40. Perfect. Let me snap those up. Lake Effect Dan, noted shill. Thanks, Tickle Pickle. You too. When's 610 call sell off because afraid of downs? I told you we need to break down below 135. Once they've lost like 300% of their gains. Hey Greg, I only have 2 days for GameStop to drop to 65. I have 130s and 140s like 2 weeks out. So what are you worried about? I wasn't referencing you though, OG. Green puts, is this how shorting a stock feels? It's amazing. And thus, the second Ken Griffin was born. If there's one thing our group has demonstrated, a vast majority still do not understand delta, theta, gamma, or vega. Yeah. What percent of your options are you really exercising? Like, not many. I don't. If if I had fewer shares, I would probably exercise more. Nowadays, I don't really exercise any. I used to. I exercised some on the last run. I had some like $80 calls that I exercised. 10 of them, I think. Isn't that the guy from Street Fighter? Yes. They become educated by buying a put for October? Yes, you did. Where can I find a quick recap for what happened end of day Tuesday? Yesterday's daily expert. Season 23, episode 2. I exercised yesterday. I did rowing, and then I had to walk somewhere that was kind of far. Sunday, I stopped by my gym, and it's just turned into like an Instagram film studio. My puts got blown up, but they seem to be on the path to recovery. Nice. There was like two guys at like the power tower fucking like fighting over like camera setup. I just left. I don't want any part of that. Well, the problem is I live in New York City, so I have nowhere to put equipment. GM at 169. Well, today is 6.9. Today can't get any better. If price doesn't close below 126 today, would you play with 0 DTE tomorrow for Gex covering? If they don't cover Gex today, maybe, yeah. We'll see if the Knave Gex stays fairly high or not. I might be coming to New York City in July. Can I co-host with you? No. I don't know. Gym full of look at me, Mr. Meeseeks. Do you look like Carl? If you look like Carl, we could probably get a co-host thing going. He's gonna die, so I need someone else to fill in. Is Baba gonna die or what? I don't know. I bought some puts on it this morning. I'm glad I held only like some of my calls into market open. It wasn't a hard no. We have time. You can try to chip away at it. What's the point of GANs if it isn't documented on social media? I don't know, being healthy, I thought. I'm sorry, but if I go to the gym and I've got to wait for some dude to like get off a machine because he's busy applying foundation and setting up his fucking ring light, I've clearly started going to the wrong gym. I have a 140p that's in the money. Welcome to the club. Do you think we will dip further? Oh, maybe. I'm not going to work out in your basement, Moon. You're just trying to get me into your basement, which is weird. I have 2 gym memberships. One of them is a traditional gym where people go to exercise and lift. The other is full on meat market where people are half naked, taking selfies, full makeup, and trying to get stared at. Nice. That's my gym. I don't have a second one. Do you think if we drop below 135, this thing will break to the downside? Probably. There's support at 135, 132. You look a little tired, Nostradamus. If I look a little tired, it's because I fucking am. What's the douchiest neighborhood in New York City? That's tough. There's a lot of them. Tribeca, probably. I'm trying to find out where I live. Can you spot me? I just have to powder my pecs real quick. The funniest part about going there is like watching them like set up their film studio at like a workout station. And then they're like trying to hit on girls at the same time while their bro like oils their chest. And it's like, man, that's not gonna work. Did you oil your calves for the photo shoot? No. They just glisten. So a documentary in New York about where the police and firefighters are basically gangs and fight each other. Is this still things still going on? I don't think so. That sounds like a 1950s musical. I mean, both agencies break into people's apartments all the time and take their shit, so I guess there could be some incentive. Would you actively ignore people's messages if you knew all they wanted you to do is respond to them before they went on with their day? Probably. Parabolic Jimmy. It's just bouncing with the spy. You know, I've lived in New York City my entire life, and I'm not even sure where the fuck Staten Island is. Ah, got you. Later, Gerg. Later, Shed. Highest jobless claims since January. Spy all-time high. You know how it works, Carl. I haven't seen King of Staten Island. I've lived all over the country, but I've lived here for I grew up here. I've lived the majority of my life in New York City. Is that better? Staten Island's the Midwest. Seems like it's part of New Jersey. I started calling Vladimir Putin Daddy Vladdy. as a joke, and now I can't stop even in polite company. Please help. Why don't you call him Vladdy Daddy? That's my problem with it, not that you keep calling him that. If Tesla breaks the 750s, what's a good resistance to look for? I think it's like 765, and then 775 is a big one. Did you live in New York on 9/11? Yeah. Don't disrespect New Jersey like that. We don't want Staten Island. Well, I don't want it either. Higher jobless claims could be good for inflation, though, so maybe spy likey? No. Amazon worth wheeling? It's kind of volatile, right? I sold a bunch of like 150s on it because the fucking premiums were ridiculous, but it is kind of volatile right now. You think it's better to exercise options or just cash settle during Opex? Like, can you make the same amount on selling CCs between Opex as you would from exercising for cash? Like, would you make back your loss on volatility? Probably. It's really a question of if you want more shares or not, and if you're comfortable selling covered calls. I want to take profits on my 715 and average down next week, only in case of a possible 6-9 meme announcement after hours from RC. Oh boy, I don't know. 169 Superman. You think Staten Island is bad? Try the Oklahoma Panhandle, a place so forsaken neither Kansas nor Texas would take it. I've been there. It was rusty. I remember very rusty buildings. And I stopped at a diner where everyone stared at me. Is it suspicious how all the popcorn YouTube fuckboys are now filthy rich? No. Fucking Matt Kors was making like $180,000 a month off YouTube back in like January of last year. Trey was making like double that. I've never been to Arkansas. Don't be jelly. I mean, it'd be cool if my YouTube made money. I'm just not willing to say nice things about Adam Aaron. Do not go to Arkansas. It's the mentally slower version of Mississippi. Fuck. How much do you get from YouTube? Last year it was like 60K before taxes. Boston's all right. You have to listen to Bostonians, which is grating. Isn't the duck from bumfuck nowhere, Oklahoma or Idaho or Canada or some shit? I don't know. The duck migrates, so just wherever they land. I'm in Little Rock, Arkansas, home of Dillard's. Is this a bull trap on the SPY? It doesn't. Maybe not. Kind of want to play the breakout here. EPM set for another leg up or trying to sympathy die with the SPY? No, EPM looks good. Just touched like the low resistance again today. It looks solid. It's there. I mean, it can move down a little more, but it's not likely. The SPY's kind of looking like we're gonna get some active fund pressure today. You missed my Ko-Fi. You're impeding my shit posting, sir. What'd you say? Are you sure I missed it? Oh, fine. I don't think I did. I'm hearing. Oh, okay, I did. Hearing rumors that Only Dan's is acquiring Only Cabs. Are we supposed to buy the rumor and sell the news, or buy puts on Dumpster? That's unconfirmed. Okay, I think Wall Street Journal was a little. They were chomping at the bit a little bit there. Currently, Only Cabs is not in negotiations to sell out. Will you ever quit vaping? Why? Hostile takeover it is. Can you go over BBBY since your favorite stock to talk about? I have June 10 20 Cs. Just don't seem like they will print. Yeah, they won't. You've lost your money, popcorn trader. I have a 130 rolled out for next week. If we don't fall, I'm considering rolling it out to October or Jan. 180, 200. What happens to CCs if a split occurs? The same thing that happens to a call if a split occurs. So that your cover call will just be worth whatever the split ratio is in shares. Ha ha ha, all you lot with GME puts. My GME puts are in the money, you idiot. This fucking guy, man. Like, smell the super stonk on him. Didn't all those kids have collapsed lungs due to vaping? Weed. Yeah, vaping oil is generally a really bad idea. They found that out the hard way. Are you gonna hold your 140p if the SPY breaks up? Yeah. Vitamin T acetate was the additive that caused issues, not the cannabis. Yeah, it wasn't the cannabis. They were from like illegal weed vape cartridges, and then kids lying to their parents. What do you look for in the options chain while you're in a trade to determine when to get out? I usually look at the price. Did you get your air conditioner sorted out? This humidity is not a lot of fun today. Sort of. It's now cool, but no, like the air is not being forced out. Ha ha ha. Way to screw over your viewers. Wrong again. What was I wrong about? The price going down? What? Thanks for your free money. Koala huggers clearly still licking toilet seats. He paid you $3 and he's laughing at you? I know. Those are my favorite. Wait, he's still here and paying you money? Because he's blocked in chat. So not only is he generating me viewer count and ad revenue, and probably disliking the stream, right? Like, Koala Hugger is one of my best investments. Thanks, Koala Hugger. Thanks for paying for my puts on your favorite stock, you dumb fuck. Oh no, options guru. Spy. GME options seem expensive and large spreads. What should we look to pay for close to in the money calls? Oh, they're usually like close to in the money with some decent time on them are usually around at like $10. How did you learn to do TA? Well, lots of practice and back testing. You can check out technical analysis of the financial markets and read options as a strategic investment. Oh, I never liked him. He was just here, Herva. I'm thinking 190cc for 610 safe. I mean, yeah, but they're not worth anything. They're what? $36? You could probably sell like 160s or 170s if you're really afraid. Pretty safely. In honor of the deadliest of days, we have moved you to the 69th place on the list for review. We admire your persistence and aspire to have your corporate sponsorship decision by next 9th of June. Thanks, Trader Joe's corporate sponsorship. Is Koala Hugger the one who was adamant about licking toilet seats for COVID immunity? Yeah. Later, Navdeep. Moonwind is bored. Entertain him. We can't have another Freg situation. Freg's spawning right now. I think he's at his uncle's pond. Yeah, I saw that fresh and free. Geico had to pay $5 million for someone who got HPV in a car. It's amazing. What informs your stock picks, like Baba, for example? Was it TA or the expectation of news? Oh, Baba was a good one. There was a few reasons for buying into Baba. One was like the macro events going on with the like Hang Seng and Shenzhen. Um, the second, it's super fucking undervalued, and the third being technical analysis. Also, the options chain was pretty stacked. Nope. Buy them back here, they're cheaper. Hmm. Interesting. Gonna have to look for a new entry on cat now. What's Amazon doing? Just going down. I guess that's good for my covered calls. What do you think the bottom of CVNA will be? It's like $2 above its COVID bottom. Carvana? This company sucks, by the way. 0? It doesn't look like the sell-off is abating anytime soon. Maybe back down to like the $20 range. 1920. Weirdest, wildest stock story, please. You must have some unique stuff. I don't know. I can't think of anything right now. It's just a normal frog. Although I do think he plays the banjo. Do you use moving averages like you would when as resistance support? Um to a degree. It's a little more dynamic than that, but they kind of act as floating like resistance. On longer term time scales, they're more important. Isn't it hilarious that some people think we will legit run today because it's 6-9? Yeah. I think today's going to be pretty flat, frankly. So many parts are backordered until December. I thought things were getting better until this week. Also, aluminum prices have stabilized if you're curious. Ooh, interesting. Thank you. I don't really have any positions in aluminum. I was looking to get into some, but 200k shares available. I'm getting scared they're going to slam us to 100. Give me hopium this won't happen. I mean, I really hope they slam us to 100 rims and tims. I want to buy calls there. I understand what that'll do to the friendometer, but what's the latest on VXX? Is this thing ever going to squeeze? I rolled forward some of my positions, and then I'm going to buy more during SLD. Because I think if it's going to, that's the most likely time. IBKR, 6 lenders, 227,000 shares at 58.93% fee. Yeah, they're just returning shares now. Whatever liquidity issues they were having seem to be resolving. Two questions. 130 puts for 617. And have you watched Kenobi? Okay, I don't like Star Wars. And why 130 and not 135? If assigned, should I full port CSP 120 or do we go lower next week? Oh, we could go lower next week. Most of the call delta falls off the chain on Friday. AMD holding up well despite and QQQ sell pressure. Do you agree? What sell pressure? I mean, the SPY's just kind of flat today. It's opened a little under where it was yesterday. I don't really think there's a lot of pressure. AMD's overperforming. Oh, they have a thing today. They have like a conference or some shit. So that might be why. Does the SPY look like it's losing steam on the daily? I mean, we're approaching SLD, so I expect liquidity on it to kind of start drying up. How do we know if the Gamma Max is due to nearer or further options? Like, can we figure it out ourselves? How do you track it? I mean, we calculate it every day. Further dated options have more of an effect on it. Tesla looks good on the 15-minute. Yeah, I think Tesla's going to break up. Probably test 774. A 69. What was that? Hold on, I missed it. Okay, never mind. Did you hear about the accident at Cat Factory? The employee died. Maybe that is affecting the price. No one gives a shit about that. Average Joe. People die at Caterpillar factories probably every month. They're dangerous places to work. That definitely isn't going to affect their share price. Unless there was like some gross negligence or something on their part. Hey, Gert, checking in to remind everyone, I won't open the August options chain until sub 100. P.S. Anyone know anyone with a Tesla Starlink internet? Yeah, actually, I think I have a friend who lives in Idaho who has it. Can you briefly explain how shares being returned is bearish? Like, it means they're not shorting? They no longer need the liquidity, so they're returning shares, which will drop the borrow rate. High borrow rate is indicative of a low liquidity environment. Our ups are caused by low liquidity, generally. These are JFreshes. JFreshes, I think, are smoothed is the difference, and then Brave Vacations are like raw. Thoughts on CPI data tomorrow and possible big dip? I mean, if it comes in bad, yeah. I mean, if like 0.75 BPS rate increases are back on the table for July, then, obviously the market's gonna react to that. So it's over for good? What do you mean? Why is it over for good? The borrow rate will probably drop until Opex, and then it'll go back up again. ETFs have already probably started buying it, S rule. I don't understand why people don't want GME to dip. If it does, it only confirms our understanding of the cycles and creates a higher probability for violent upside. Also, thanks for everything. No problem, Gurk. Yeah, I don't get it either. If anything, people should want everything the stock points to it doing, they should want to occur, right? Because that means that we're all on the right track and the same page. $30 DTE VXX calls right now. 30 DTE. Why VXX? Like for the imbalance? Because if you want to just play the VIX for SLD, just play the VIX, like buy index options. SLD starts next Wednesday. Don't people want cheaper calls for Opex? The people rooting for it to go up all want MOASS, right? That's what they're after. Now we all want MOASS ultimately, but the probability of MOASS is low. So we'd rather have cheaper calls and then MOASS, right? They just want MOASS because they can't afford to buy calls or they don't buy calls. 99% of the time, that's the reason. It's just like a bunch of like people with 5 shares waiting for their $69 million a share payout. Which is fine. I just wish they'd be less vocal about it. No, SLD's the 3rd Wednesday of every month. Give it to me straight, Sarge. Are my wife and kids gonna make it through June when they boof Opex? I mean, you might have to sell them off for medical experiments. If Jamie doesn't get down as much as we hope before Opex, do you think loading up on BBBY calls is the better play? No. Yeah, we don't know how much BBBY is gonna run. Or they chugged the purple ring Kool-Aid and think options are from the devil. You talk about obligations due for OPEX and if they're able to dodge them. As far as we know, they can't dodge the ETF rebalance. But we'll find out if they can real soon, won't we? Thanks, Heath Dill. I saw some guy that has like 6K shares in computer share. Really embodies the stupidity of man. He could easily be making $3,000 to $4,000 a month. Yeah. Did that paper-handed half-wit Moonchill ever provide restitution for your stolen Trader Joe's money? Ban Moonwin. No, he didn't. He didn't at all, Roaring Kitty. BBY definitely running to at least 825 for Opex. At least. Where did you buy your calls? 50? If you buy calls at a lower strike than Popcorn Trader, you'll probably be pretty successful at trading. Are we all in a huge scam planned by ComputerShare? They're having a pretty good year since DRS. Well, you know, the CEO knows where his money comes from. I'm not. I don't have any registered shares. Do you think intensely spiking borrow rates as we went into earnings were due to the looming threat of a dividend split more than general liquidity problems? No, because I think the borrow rate started spiking in January. People just weren't paying attention to it. Just because like it wasn't the hot thing on the table doesn't mean it hasn't been something we've been tracking for a year and a half now. All that happened is the borrow rate got high enough that it got people's tits all jacked. But the borrow rate was pretty steadily increasing from January 7th all the way through the March run. And then it dropped back down to 5% and then went up again. How do people selling their calls drop the stock price? Don't they just sell to someone else so the delta hedge stays in place? Not necessarily. I mean, the call can be closed. They're not gonna hedge calls and inventory, right? Also, the person buying them back is generally the market maker. Let's not all forget that SS uses Ortex. I don't know how Ortex moved into the forefront of reliable data for Superstonk. For an entire year, it was like Ortex is shit. Only people who play AMC use it. And then everyone's like, I don't know. Ortex is telling me the things I want to hear. Seems like Ortex is great. Why are you ignoring me? How's ACIW looking? Decent. It's recovering. Maybe back to 30. It looks good. Volume trend is solid. Probably a dip back to like the low $27 range before it moves up, but it looks decent. A little bit of accumulation going on there. Hmm. Don't hedge fund institutions have different bar rates than the one we get from the brokers? Yes. They can negotiate the borrow rates. Ortex got to the YouTubers. Yeah, I know. They've reached out to me before a bunch of times too. Ortex have used heavily on short squeeze Reddits like Ader, Spurt, BBIG. I'm aware. All of those shit. Especially Ader and BBIG. And none of the Spurt thesis came from fucking Ortex. The Spurt thing was because some dude dropped like insider info on fucking Wall Street bets. Jimmy about to rip? No, I don't think so. It looks okay. But technically this is bearish. Maybe if we get a little more active fund pressure, but even that looks questionable. I think everything's going to be kind of waiting on the CPI data. Most of the market should be pretty flat today. Home Depot's having an okay day. Tesla's doing all right. It's looks like it's starting to break out. Oh, well, it tried. Maybe back down to like 758 before moving up. Docu's having a good day. Okay. I'm starting to think that Docu is just a meme stock. Interesting. How the fuck did that end up in there, though? Look at fucking May Opex on Docu. $16 run. Human in general struggle with necessary versus sufficient. Takes maturity to get nuance and avoid confirmation bias. You're the best at lying to you. Playing the cycles of smart options plays makes money now and positions one for MOASS. These are not mutually exclusive. Win-win. I agree. Thanks, Big Diggler. May Opex, is that a new pickle in the pickleverse? No. Still see it. Oil adjacent company doing well today. Cool. They're just doing the same. Slam, cover, slam, cover. Yeah. Will more FTD data be released before Opex? Yes. On the 15th. For CCs, how far out of the money do you choose? And how far out for the expiry date? Usually weeklies, depending on when I'm selling them during the cycle. Usually weeklies. And usually above 0.2 delta. Unless it's like on the Opex run, in which case I'll sell them like in the money. What's the earliest day they can start covering for June Opex? What's the last day? The earliest they can start covering for June Opex is the 21st. The final day is the 24th. If they have different bar rates, what monitoring numbers from brokers help us? It doesn't. It gives us an idea of the demand, though, S-Rule, if demand is high or not. Am I out of the money? June 24 BBBY calls. Why would you buy June out of the money BBBY calls? Why not buy them later? They're cheap as fuck. You could just get so much more theta for not much more premium. I have BBBY calls for 15 for August. I have 10s too. I don't have any 12s, but I have 10 and 15. Yeah, there's not much downside left to BBBY at this point. At least not in the options chain. I thought it was the 17th. They have started the Friday before. They're not... If the price runs the Friday before, they're not actually covering Opex. They're just hedging in advance, attempting to offset risk. They can't cover gamma imbalance before the gamma imbalance occurs. They can try, like a little bit. They can hedge, but they can't fully know how many calls are going to be exercised or not. Do you think weekly CCs are safe now? Moderately, but they're still risky as long as the longs retain control of the options chain. Don't forget, there's still like some possible gamma exposure because they keep exercising those deep in the money calls. And that's skewing the gamma imbalance and causing more buying on the market maker side than we would expect. How many concubines do you have? None? Why would I have a concubine? How do you use IV to buy calls? If 30 is at 100, how does it translate to the options chain if the percentages vary? Thanks. It means that the overall IV on calls is lower. I, I don't know what you're asking. I don't use IV to buy calls. I wait till IV's low before I buy calls. But I'm not like analyzing the fucking implied volatility of each strike. You can, but I'm not like wheeling, so I don't really care. What's the flip to shorts controlling the chain for today? Um Sub 135 would be pretty rough on them. On the long side. Puts a bunch of delta in, like negative delta in the money. How many porcupines do you have? 6. How do you feel about CSPs 1 to 2 weeks out at prices I don't really want to be assigned at? Just wait and see if we dip, and I can just buy an aftermarket low if that happens again, NFA, etc. I don't like CSPs right now. There's too much room to our downside. And if you're selling them at 100, but if you don't want to be assigned, then, you know, you're playing a pretty risky game selling them near the money right now. I'm confused about the colony of single moms you're going to host. I don't know what you're talking about. No problem, Esrol. How about some July 1st $8 calls on BBBY? Can't possibly lose, right? Right? I mean, what a weird... Why do people buy weeklies like 30 days out? How do you feel about holding a 135 put for next week? Just fine. I'm about to buy one. More option stuff going on with the super deep in the money leaps. How do you feel about holding a 120 put for tomorrow? 610's a bad day to buy options for. $150 June 10 CC reasonably safe. Reasonably. I'd wait till we get some volume under 135 first. Is my 135 CSP safe for 617? I want to get assigned. You might get assigned this Friday if we drop. Why is 610 a bad day to buy options for? That's when everyone else is buying their options. But the put side's all further dated. So your bet, like, a 610 put closes out before the call favored side of the chain closes out. Or closes out at the same time as the call favored side of the chain. Because there's not going to be any liquidity, Colonel Mustard. So, first of all, you're buying contracts with a massive spread. And weekly calls don't have any like open interest generally. So you're buying like into like a fairly dead and illiquid options chain. Whereas like if you buy July 15s, the spreads are much better and the liquidity is better because these are a monthly contract versus a July 1st, which is a weekly contract. Also, more strikes. BBBY is garbage. I'm gonna lose $25,000 on it. I mean, Ryan Cohen's down like 75 million. I mean, you still have to worry about theta. You just don't have to worry about it as much. Silky smooth cerebral Dan. Pelosi, Apple, and Microsoft options plays she made. She could have already exited, correct? Yes. How much time lapses before we learn of their plays? They have like a reporting requirement. It's kind of like a 13F though. You don't know if they're still in it by the time they report. And then they always delay their reporting, like they never submit them on time. How do people get the green numbers on their account? All mine are stuck on red. Was looking and can't find how to change it. Would prefer the green color, please. Move that line down. We keep bouncing on it. I know. That's why it's all the more sweet when we actually break to the downside of it. Mike buys leaps. Thoughts on our bottom being 512? I don't. I mean, it might be the low for the cycle. It'd be weird, but yeah, it could be. I just heard a bug. Huh. One ten, 112 are still very speculative right now. Pulte confirmed. I don't give a fuck. So basically they front run trades like you do to us. What is the EU reporting their CPI? I think the EU thing was last week. Like the central bank meeting. But I'm not sure if they've reported anything yet. Well, I've had to leave my window open because my fucking air conditioner is not working. I keep getting bugs in my apartment. It's fucking disgusting. Like living in a swamp. ABQR did not report their 10:30 a.m. GME shares to borrow. You mean iBorrowDesk didn't report it? Oh, I want to, while I've got some people here, I can spread some useful information. Stonko Tracker is a big pile of dog shit. Thank you. Not that that's relevant to the conversation. I just feel like it's something people should know. I don't have a window screen. My window barely opens. It opens like this much because you're not allowed to open windows, apparently. And I only have one window that opens. And it opens like an inch and it just lets, like, I left it open the other night on garbage night and I had like 300 goddamn flies in my apartment. You check shift search for Jimmy. I've never seen it all puts before. Oh, I have. Oh, there she blows. What does garbage night look like? It depends on if you live by the river or not. If you live by the river, it looks like the streets moving because of rats, like Hell's Kitchen. Um, if you don't live by the river, just big piles of trash out on the street, and then they come and pick it all up. Actually, for the number of people that live in New York City, it's sanitation like service is phenomenal. And then we dump all that garbage in New Jersey, so we don't have to worry about it. This the dip you were talking about? Yeah, remember how I said if we fall below 135, it's gonna accelerate? It's doing that right now. No, it's like the New York City Department of Sanitation. They have a union. I think mafia presence in New York's mostly dried up. They moved on to legitimate businesses, right? Once you have that kind of money, you don't need to do crime forever. Do they still exist? Probably. But not to the same degree. Yeah, New York has phenomenal tap water. What's with all the deep in the money puts for Jan 2023? I think it's an entropy hedge. Are they the sold ones? What are the strikes? Oh, I'm gonna get hiccups. How quiet was New York City during the first lockdowns? Pretty quiet. It was weird. Very post-apocalyptic. $140p are printing like an HP laser jet. What do you think Vlad used his for? That printer in the House Financial Services Committee meeting video. That's where they print the GME shares from. Salik is pretty quiet. He's a moron. Just ignore him. Let me rephrase that. The successful mobsters have moved on to legitimate businesses. Why does Fidelity label every stock I own as hard to borrow? Is it always that way? I mean, Fidelity's labeled GameStop as hard to borrow since January of last year. It's not Philly. I would never live in Philadelphia. Looks like Koala Hugger owes you an apology. I don't think I'll get one. There's no way an HP printer can handle that many shares without shutting down. It's black and white printing with a message that cyan is too low. They have an on-site Hewlett-Packard service tech, and they subscribe to the premium ink plan. Emotionally artistic. For only like $300 a month, you can have nigh unlimited ink. They don't have any implication for the stock cycles. All of GameStop's price movement is predicated by its options interest because the stock itself is illiquid. So the vast majority of our volume that trades every day is due to delta hedging, right, Sahib? So that's the importance of delta neutral, and gamma max. Think of them as our moving averages for the options chain. Those are our options chain support and resistance lines. Sold my 610 140s, got 617 130. Good move. Not a terrible one, especially if you caught it on this like little rebound. Did you put any weight on divergent signals? Not with something as volatile as GameStop. How's being a pigeon whale cheaper than unlimited ink? What a deal. I know, right? No, that's true. Her grandpa now owns a pizza chain called Slices and a few other restaurants as well. His four World Series, has four World Series and handed out November award to Albert Pujols. Cool. Pujols? I don't. No, they just haven't opened it yet. They'll open it when they want to. $7.15 is the monthly spider. So since DN is at 120, we can expect a bounce on it, or is it more complicated than that? It's a little more complicated than that, but it should provide some support. Where's the bottom? We're like around like 750, Jeff. They cut my 4K loss. Will it keep dropping? Probably. Pujols? I don't know who that is. Is there still Mafia in Las Vegas? Probably. I'm probably mostly buying July 15s. Check my comments and tell me I didn't call the bottom. What if we go lower? We bounced at like 132.50. That's a support. That's like one of our major supports, right? Yeah, 132.35. That's also the trend support. Y'all. Now, if we fall through that, oh boy. Nice, dude. Can you share the trading view chart? No. I've done that before. Then it just ends up all over shitheads' Twitters. And they're like, oh, look at this that I made. Let me promote myself. Fuck them. tried to add ticker IV to my watch list so I can monitor when it reaches near under $1 so I can enter, but I can't find it. Is it a coin or something? What? Sweet and sour. IV is implied volatility. I think you know that, and you're fucking with me, but I'm not sure. I hope you're fucking with me. And you know that IV means implied volatility, and it's not a ticker. Is there a sport you care less about than others? No, I care not at all about any of them. How my coffee? Can you open the market now? Popcorn Trader, I hate to tell you, but it's been open for a while. You have to care at least a little about women's beach volleyball. Oh. Yeah, usually the support and resistances remain the same, regardless of the split, JMac. Because nothing changes, right? Market cap's still the same. They can shift a little because interest in the underlying can pick up. But no different than building out new support and resistances, right? I thought I'd get you to crack a smile. I just want to show a little support. Have a good one, man. Thank you so much, Sweet and Sour. I appreciate it, dude. I'm going to take this great moment of achievement to say, all hail Lady VWAP and all of her glory. Praise be upon her. Also, all hail the VWASP flying around Girk's apartment. Coup to you all. Don't say that. Thanks, Glider. I know you're not a fortune teller, but tell me we'll drop below 130 today to make me feel better. No. We could. We may not, though. There's still... Like, the biggest problem here is there's still a lot of people who don't know dick about options holding 130s. I'm looking at them. I see them on the chain. I don't know why the fuck they're holding them. They should have sold them at 153 yesterday. They didn't. They're convinced that this is MOASS, even though we're down $20 from yesterday's peak. I don't know. It's frustrating because it's just like money retail's lost, right? Not only is it money retail's lost, it's money that, you know, they're not going to be able to use to buy more leverage. That's the Boss Blunts crew. No, that's the bag holders on AMC. No one pays attention to IV or historic volatility. True. Is MOASS really a thing, or is this just going to run in cycles until the raw runs dry with the shorts? The latter is far more likely. The possibility for MOASS remains, but it is improbable. It requires not only an outside catalyst, but a series of events to occur that we really aren't sure can occur anymore, given rules changes that have gone into place. Can't they just drop it low enough where the 130 deltas lose most of their power? I mean, we're already in that range. Did you talk about JFresh saying institutions are selling off their puts? What puts? Because the only ones I've seen closing out are like the ones at 60 and below Vega neutral. It might just be money they're willing to gamble, but why not just... yeah. The Boss Blunts crew has an average cost basis on AMC of $60. Just another AMC YouTuber. MOASS is an event that has never occurred. That's it. That's all you have to say. MOASS is an event that has never occurred. No one can know what will happen because what you're assuming will happen has never happened. And the market has, 30 different fail safes to prevent it from happening. And they keep adding more. JFresh trolling the pores again. He likes to. I think it might be his favorite thing. Looks like a bearish pendant. Pennant. A pendant is a type of necklace. MOASS was definitely not when the stock went from 3 to 400. Don't tell me the odds, Spock. If there were 3 things you would want us degens to learn from you, what would it be? The importance of buying theta. The understanding that not everything goes up all the time. And that pineapple pizza's terrible. It looks like a bull pendulum. Popcorn trader. That's not what you think it is. Are the shorts covering every cycle? Why not? There's nothing stopping them. Everyone seems to think they can't cover, that it's an impossibility, that they can't average their short position up over time, that they can't just return any fucking share they want to a lender to satisfy a short loan. All of those things they can do. You know, there was a time when I said that time was not on our side. It never has been in regards to MOASS. And the majority of retail decided to take the one route that took the longest. If you're not rolling options, I want a good buy-in point on BBBY to make some coin on the cycle. Where's that at? 8 to like 750. The current price on BBBY is very, very cheap. Like, unbelievably cheap. Could it be worth less? Sure, they could go out of business. But I think Cohen would just buy it out before then. MOASS would require a lot more than just FOMO. The FOMO would come. It's not a bull trap, it's just a breakdown. This is just some resistance. What happened to calls if Cohen buys out Baby? I mean, the price of the stock would go up a lot, right? What do you think would happen if $3 billion was added to the market cap of BBBY right now? It doesn't have to be Cohen suppressing the price. I don't think Cohen's suppressing the price on GameStop. Or on BBBY, rather. It's someone big. Whoever is doing it is not only very confident in their ability to do it, wants to buy it for nothing. How to judge what is a good buy and what is not? I mean, a lot of what we do here on the stream is judging that, John Smith, but I would suggest learning more about options before you lose money on them. At least that way you know why you lost money. That helps. Check out Options as a Strategic Investment. It's an excellent book. It's long, but it's very well laid out and consumable. Where in the timeline do you feel it was most likely that we would have squeezed if retail had piled into options again? If retail had bought far dated calls in June of last year, I think we would have squeezed a second time, regardless of the share offering. But retail interest was already diminishing at that point. There was an opportunity in March. I mean, a lot more retail bought options in March than we saw in August or November. I mean, the whole like FUD around options started in like late June after people didn't sell out of their, $150 leaps that were at 350, you know. Um and then you started to see a lot of the sentiment shift to being very anti-options because the people are like, oh, this is just how you lose money. But really, it was on them for not selling when they were up. Remember that one fucking guy who was like trying to call me out on options? And he was like, I'm a pure options trader. And I had January leaps and for like $80. And that, I didn't sell them when it tested 350 three times. People like that. Greatly appreciate all you've done and offer the following criticism with respect. Changing rules comes at the cost of adding complexity. More complexity equals more emergent properties, unforeseen consequences, and interactions. MOASS confirmed, no, but don't forget. Hold on, sorry, I gotta. But don't forget LTCM, same arrogance. Sure. It's not really an arrogance thing. They fucking reduced the risk of the thing that catalyzes squeezes on GameStop. It's pretty fucking direct. I don't see how that creates an unforeseen consequence. Less margin requirement for the hedging of volatility swaps in higher volatility environments just means it's harder for it to Volgavana squeeze, which we in the past has been an essential component of a squeeze on GameStop. I'm not saying that GameStop can't squeeze other ways. It can, but those are even less likely. The biggest part of their risk is the volatility positions, and they de-risked them. Where have we moved away from 180 since November? I mean, because after November, they shorted the fuck out of GameStop as hard as they feasibly could. And that was backed up by, honestly, it wasn't that much harder than they usually short it in between cycles, but it was a little bit harder. The bigger problem was that the entire index dropped along with the market as well. So, not only were they doing their usual amount of shorting, but we had all that active fund pressure working against us. Then new shorts piled into, especially consumer discretionary, which drove the price even further down. Options caused the January seize, not shares. Absolutely. Well, shares were illiquid because of options. Now shares are just illiquid. Maybe the market will do another big leg down tomorrow or Monday. I mean, that'll depend heavily on the CPI data, I think. The squeeze play is not over. There's still the potential there, but it's very unlikely. And so if you don't learn to make money a different way, you're just going to sit there with your thumb up your ass for the next 3 to 5 years, which is fine. That's what most investors do. Long-time lurker, first-time commenter. Have you discussed institutions selling off puts? Are they just repositioning them, JFresh? I don't see a lot of puts sold today. I see Shift Search saying puts are sold. But those, they don't look sold. I also see lots of super deep in the money puts being sold for extremely high notional values, which looks like a massive entropy hedge. This is bigger than the one that they placed before March, right? They're selling out of some 155 puts, but that's it. 60s, they shed their $60 puts and some 70s, it looks like. Closing out some 130s, maybe? No, because bid started rising on the 130s. Yeah, it looks like early in the morning there was some 130 sell-off, and then more were purchased. Same for 135s. So I'm not seeing what you're seeing. Or are you just talking about the deep in the money puts? Those are like naturally entropic, right? Like that's the ideal position for an entropy swap. Talk to me, cat. Oh, in the money puts. Okay. Yeah, I see him. Got to get that 1/K, right? It's a fucking lot of money. Will we be able to predict how large June Opex run will be from the amount of OI closed on XRT the Friday before? Do I understand that right? Sort of. Relatively. Not. It's imperfect. Obviously, because you can't tell immediately how much is closed versus rolled. Is Redbox a piece of shit? It's risky. Very, very risky. And also probably yes. Have you ever thought about selling your shares? No. Not really. I mean, I have a price target where I'd consider selling shares as like a long-term hold, and we haven't hit that. I think GameStop's market cap could easily hit 30 to 40 billion in the next 3 to 5 years. $1 million question. Is there a chance they dodge June Opex? They can try. We don't think they can, but maybe, right? Got to be prepared for any eventuality when it comes to this shit. I mean, we know they actively try to fuck with the cycles in order to throw us off. So if they can fuck with it, they will. We don't think they can because the ETF rebalance comes up and they don't have a choice. The ETF is going to go out and buy shares to reset their NAV. They don't give a fuck. Right? That's why they buy the futures contracts. When those futures contracts close out and they settle, they're going to go buy shares at the spot price in the market, regardless of the, creation entity. I mean, GameStop has 1 billion shares. Why do they need to use their cash on hand to acquire BBBY? They can just buy it out with shares. So if they're hedging entropy, does that mean we expect energy in the stock to decrease? No. The hedge on the entropy should not affect the entropy itself. Actually, because they're hedging entropy, we should expect energy in the stock to increase, right? Did you ever take Adderall? No. If the ETF goes out to buy shares, do they pass the bill over to the short hedge fund? Actually, the ETF goes out and buys shares after the short hedge funds or the entities using creation cash settle their FTDs with them. So as soon as the ETF gets that cash, they go out and buy the shares. Short squeezes are always a low probability event, but they do happen. Very, very rarely. Can we see at least some form of short squeeze given the high percentage reported SI? Yeah. But they have to lose control of the price, which that's tough. We came very close in January of 2021 because of the Volgavana squeeze. What's this? 950s for Jan? Jesus. Fucking put volume today is at 32 million notional so far. What happens with BBY options if it was bought out with shares? I mean, they'll likely move up to whatever the buyout price agreement is, and then, you know, if they're near the money and the like say the buyout price is $15 and you have tens, then they'll go $5 in the money. Can you explain what a reverse diagonal call spread is? Yeah. Um it's the inverse of a calendar spread, right? So it's you're buying a short-term option and selling a long-term option on the same underlying with the same strike. I think they also call them reverse time spreads. It's most profitable um when the underlying makes a sharp move within the time frame of the shorter dated option. Hitting that gamma slide now? Yeah. What if it's not enough because the price keeps going up? Do they ask for more? What if what's not enough, Pong? I don't know what you're talking about. I kind of want to sell one DTE, 120 CSPs. Thoughts? And you probably won't get assigned. That'd be a big fucking drop for us to go down another $10 today. I'm not saying it's not possible, but Jesus. You pick up any Julys today in case tomorrow's CPI is bullish? No. Super happy today. Just got news I got promoted. Fuck yeah, man. And my puts are printing. Today is a good day. Also, thanks for all the help you provide. Awesome, Ali. Congrats, man. You picking up July's? No. Will we ever see any price discovery on the stock? I mean, what kind of price discovery are you expecting, Constantine? GameStop's fundamentally worth between like 80, actually, like 60 to 120 on the really speculative side. Um, there's no, information from the company about what they're doing in the future. There's no forward guidance. There's no new revenue streams. So right now they're just burning through their cash runway. Um, so what price do you want discovered? Because it'll be lower than what we're trading at now. Bulls are always so quick to mock the bears when we're going up, and they get awfully quiet when we drop 6%. Nobody in here is a bull or a bear, right? If people are trading, you just trade. Up, down, doesn't matter. You scalp money from them both. The problem, Carl, is that people get bullish and cocksure, and this is where we end up with people holding 130 fucking calls until they're out of the money instead of taking their profits and buying more when we drop to 130 because they're convinced in their thesis. Can I have the keys to the castle yet? My limit order to close the CC just executed, and I'm now lost without guidance. I don't want to see a Wendy's dumpster again. My limit order to close a CC just executed, and I'm now lost without guidance. What do you mean? Read the daily DD, dude. It's literally all I talk about all day, Lucky. Not only that, it's in the daily DD every day. What do you just tell me what you want to know? Because I've learned my lesson on giving out my trading view charts. Not to mention, if I give out the current one, I think it links to all the charts, which is not something I want to share. Not for GameStop, but like all my other plays. Is it greedy to go ahead and take profits? 80% profits on these weekly puts. Is there a reason to? Besides, oh, they're weeklies? No, probably not a bad idea to look to take profits. I mean, or set a stop. It looks like we're going to go down more, but Biden tweet hints at high CPI. Yeah. I think the White House mentioned something about that a couple days ago too, that they still expect inflation to come in higher. Yeah, I mean, we have SLD next week too. J Joust. Trying again. Do you think June 17, 130 puts will print more this week or next? If we hit by Friday, is it time to sell or would you hold it for next week regardless? I mean, you were just in the money a second ago. I would wait, right? Like you have a bet here at 130 and your thesis is currently being confirmed hard, right? Just tell your viewers to ask themselves what they would pay for GME if there were no shorts on the stock. Oh, you son of a bitch. What's weird is it's like everyone's arguing at cross purposes, right? Like the people that are bearish right now are bearish because they want to be more bullish. The people that are overtly bullish over the last week are just bullish because that's all they can be. They have no intention of capitalizing on any downside, so they don't care about the downside. They only want upside. It's interesting to watch, at least from my perspective. But it's like overall, everyone's bullish as fuck on GameStop, no matter how you swing it. Do you have any position in BBBY? Yeah, I have August calls, January leaps, and like 6,600 shares at an $18.67 cost basis, which I am currently unable to lower. Well, I could, but it's not worth the risk. That's not factoring in my options gains from March Opex. I don't know how much my cost basis would be if I factored that in. Although I rolled most of that profit recently into January leaps. How far out are you buying calls to capture Opex? Like July 15th, probably. I had some Octobers on this run as like a safety measure, but I sold them yesterday at the top. Well, near the top. I sold them between like 152 and 146. So right now I don't have a call position on GameStop. I have about 30 puts though. Yeah, I discussed it yesterday, Google. Use linear regression channels? No. I I'll watch them, but I don't actively use them. Like sometimes I'll look at that. I don't think they apply to GameStop very well. We tend to break down from trends. If you got a chance to look at Cal as a possible new added stock to the basket, I've looked at it. It's got some correlation, but not a lot. We'll see. It could increase in its similarity. We see some indication of that with certain stocks. Some are more desirable shorts than others, and their similarity, like to GameStop, will increase over time, while others decrease. Like we see AMC becoming more divergent from GameStop over time. And like Docu is a really good example of that, right? Like we see Docu kind of shifting to sync with the basket. This is my first cycle where I'm also playing the downside. I held for over a year, watching it go up and down. I averaged down, but now I'm capturing profits on the down. Thanks, my dad. No problem, Jeff. Have you got thoughts on Kenny G and Citadel partnering with Schwab and Fidelity on a crypto exchange? Cool. Good for them. More money. How do they determine the price? I mean, they'll determine the price based off of uh free cash flow probably, and inventory valuation of the assets minus debt. Couple penny stocks ripping. I mean, penny stocks rip every day. I have no idea. Are you going to be buying back into calls in the near future for Opex? Yes. My BBY cost basis is 1036. So it's sure to see $4 before too long. Lowest price data by Jamie is June 17th? Not necessarily. We could hit our low before then. The problem with other basket stocks, Superman, is that other basket stocks don't have the same degree of correlation with our analysis. Like our analysis is for GameStop. And so by trying to use that analysis to play shittier stocks because they're cheaper, you're going to end up with an inaccurate analysis. I'm starting to see why they kept their puts. I tried to warn everyone. Would you post updates in GME positions daily, or are you against that? What do you mean? Like my GME positions? No. I mean, I mostly tell people like what my options positions are. Is this current drop because Jason fucking Waterfall sued GameStop? When you've sold CCs, how do you determine whether to buy to close like up 60%, or let them ride to expiry. That's like a time cost analysis that you need to do. Like, how many days left till expiration? You know, if your profits are in excess of the amount of time that has passed, right? So, like, say you sell a call for 2 weeks out. Is this a good way to explain it? Yeah, I think so. So, say you sell a call for 14 DTE, right? On day one, you realize 50% profits on that CC. Then you would want to reposition, right? You wouldn't want to wait 13 more days to get the other 50%, because you've already made 50% in one day, right? Does that make sense? Also, by rolling your covered call down, if you choose to do so, you are preserving your downside risk by maintaining a high premium, because you own the underlying stock, which is losing value. And by collecting premium, you're offsetting some of that drop. I hope that helps. But you have to be careful. You don't want to roll it too close, right? Some people get greedy like Moonwind, and they'll roll too close on, like, we'll get a downtrend, you know, and say they sold a CC here, and then they roll here, and they roll here, and now they roll here, and then when it bounces, they're in the money because they've rolled too much, right? They've gotten it too close to the money, or even worse, in the money. Remember that one time Russia started a war with Ukraine to save my covered calls? This feels similar. I will say you've gotten lucky a couple times. There's some clear signs of a recession in the past few weeks. And I say lucky because I know that you don't pay attention to the long-term analysis. There's some clear sign of a recession in the past few weeks. Canadian export volume to the US in the past few weeks has reduced significantly, indicative through FTL spot quotes. I mean, I think a recession's almost guaranteed at this point, right? You think the SPY will drop from SLD? Usually does. Except for October. I asked about it yesterday. I found you could buy your sold options back with unsettled cash without getting a GFE. Yeah. I sold and bought back my CCs 3 different times with no warnings, so I think I'm okay. Yeah, you should be. I think you'll be all right. You might get one, but maybe not. Stunning that after a year and a half with Jimmy, people are still surprised with this kind of price action. Oxy 70C leaps or save capital for GME Opex. I mean, Opex is probably going to print harder in the near term. I don't want to buy BBBY, and I couldn't if I wanted to. Same with that and strikes, maybe in DD. I mean, I bought them intraday, but no, I'm probably not gonna update my options positions on Reddit during the day. I actually prefer the Reddit post to just be the data for the day. And then if people want to dive further into that, they can just be here. Or if they want to know what's going on intraday. Because it's a pain in the ass for me to update it all the time. Where's their biggest concentration of puts now? Has it changed? 110 and 120. Would that not be a catalyst for MOASS? No, probably not. Ultimately, I mean, you have to. So you need a share recall for it to catalyze a short squeeze, which the lenders don't have to do. Even if they may be incentivized to do it, if their over lending risk is significantly worse than their long, like the value they'll gain out of their long position, then they simply just won't recall shares, right? And then after a stock split, even by dividend, the chances for a short squeeze only decrease because the stock is more liquid. Is it our best chance at a catalyst? Sure, but GameStop's not doing one right now. They're definitely not doing one at a lower price. Didn't realize all the profits on a CC instantly. You get the premium up front. Yeah, but if you're buying it back, you have to wait, right, for the price of the underlying to drop. But yes, you do get the credit up front. But you haven't realized profits until the price of the contract you sold decreases in value. It's different. How do you calculate your price average on stocks when you've sold cover calls for a long time? I mean, a lot of brokers will just remove your covered call premium from your cost basis. Some don't. You can add it up. Just go into your like statements and add up your covered call sales. Subtract that from the total value of your stock position. I don't have $100 puts. Right now I have 11 130s. Oh, sorry, 12. So I have some in the WeBull also. I have 12 130s, 12 135s, and 11 140s. That doesn't make avoiding a recession an interesting asymmetric bet right now. I guess. Price target for the Baba puts? Like 108? It could fall lower, but right now, maybe just a slip right here under like 110 in this range. Waiting to reposition my GME. Do you see us heading below 100, or should I not be greedy and get in at 110? I mean, I don't know. I need to see how much price action to the downside accelerates once we hit that big block of puts. To be honest with you. If they start shedding them, or they're not going to, you know, capture, like if they're not going to hold the line there, right? And they start shedding those puts, we can see a reversal sooner. If they hold the line there and then continue to compound the downside position, then we could, you know, just rock it down. It's hard to say right now. We're still too high. Right now, we're still waiting for like 130 long calls to give up and capitulate. And then if those do, and we see that next leg down below like 126, then it can get a little bit spicier. I think still patience, right? If you ever stop trading, you can easily pull in 30K a year as a public school teacher. Fuck that. Also, teachers should be paid a lot more money. Why do your viewers ask a lot about GFVs? Because they get greedy and want to trade with unsettled funds. Too many in and outs in their trades. Cal kind of looks a bit like DDS, a float size, volume traded, illiquidity, and institutional ownership. I feel like it would become a money printer if SI keeps piling in after the dividends. Possibly. I mean, I'll watch it. Are the 130 and 135 weekly is still... I mean, I watched DDS for like 2 months before I ever bought a position in it. Are the 130 and 135 weekly still holding on to their calls? Aren't they losing a ton to Theta? And the fact that it's far out of the money. Oh, yeah, they are. Not only are they losing money to Theta, yeah, they're losing money because they're losing delta value. The intrinsic value in their calls is gone. They're just overholding. And it's a fair chunk of calls. It's probably, Wall Street bets and super stock, and they just don't, they're holding for the moon because we went up to 153 yesterday, and they're convinced it's going to go back. It's not a set time, the only ever. It's price based and IV based, and there is no perfect time to buy, but there is a period during which buying is more profitable. You will not nail the bottom, most likely. Should we get the DTC to change the name of continuous net settlement to perpetual net settlement? I think the acronym rolls off the tongue better. They may go in the money, Gherkin's sister. Also, don't buy shit that's $30 out of the money if you're unsure of how far the downside move is going to be. It's just risky as fuck. Jesus Christ. Like, even imagine when you guys say shit like that, it like pains traders, like especially options traders, to be so confident in your play that you're buying $30 out of the money fucking puts. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, what are you thinking? Sure, $2, $5 out of the money, 30, $30 out of the money. You greedy bitch. Is there any chance that the cycles will continue post split? Yeah, as long as people keep packing shares into DRS and not selling. Thanks for replies about positions and such. I'm following and learning more about Opex cycles and such, but I'm worried I will miss a good entry to play it with calls, and I can't watch the stream every day. I understand. Um, Ultimately, you want the price to be low, and the range that we're targeting for that is like 100 to 120, right? Anything lower than that's a great fucking deal. But I can't tell you like, oh, buy this. This is the best call. Still, because that's only true. Not only is that only true at the exact moment I say it, right? Because the market is dynamic and constantly changing, but that may not be true for you, right? I don't know anything about your position. So like I can't advise on that. It just leaves me in a position where there's not a lot I can say. So I'm glad the things I am saying are helping you. Still 4x puts a call ratio even through the dip. Yeah. How much of a drop in DN would today cause? I mean, DN should continue to rise as our price falls. Or, well, GN should continue to rise as our price falls. And more put interest is opened. They're after Malecki calls. I think JFresh has a post where he goes over all of the Greek averages. If you go on Dr. Gingerball's profile on Reddit, you should be able to read all that. I'll nail your bottom. Some of my March position I hit like right at the bottom. Do you think we'll break up out of this descending wedge shortly? No. I think we're going to break down again, like another leg to the downside. Too late. I bought 105 June 17 puts. Some people are poor like me, then don't fucking touch it. Right? That's the answer. I know you don't like it, but that's the answer. If you can only afford a $30 out of the money put on a drop with undetermined range, then don't, right? Because you're more likely to end up more poor than when you started. Rule number 1, don't lose money. Don't break that rule until you can afford to. Don't talk to your sister like that. I'm pretty far behind in chat. How do I figure out when sell? I mean, currently the price is dropping, so not now. If you're now up positionally on it, like if your position's up, but you haven't gone, the full extent of your thesis hasn't played out, why don't you just set a stop to ensure that if the price moves against you, you still capture profits that you're okay with taking? If you're not okay with taking the profits, then wait. Are July 15 calls good for BBBY Opex? I mean, they should be. What are the pros and cons of buying out the money options versus in the money options? I mean, with in the money options, you're taking the risk that you'll lose the intrinsic value that you paid for up front. So that's why I very, very rarely trade in the money options. I trade mostly at the money options. And if I'm very, very confident of something, I'll trade out of the money options, or like far out of the money options. You need to understand the differences between intrinsic and extrinsic value in the contracts you're purchasing. 125, 1.25 million October 100p, bought 20 minutes ago. Is PMI a leading indicator for recession? Leveled off at least. Leveled off. I mean, ultimately recession is determined by GDP. Did longs lose control of the chain? Not yet, but they're losing control of it. Let's say a lender does not recall their lent shares because of their over-lending risk, just to get their split shares. Does anybody get the shares they would have gotten? Would this show up? No. No, nobody gets them. There's not extra shares for them in that case. You gotta scrape enough money to buy at least one good option rather than a couple trash ones. Poor people can't participate in the markets. It's heavily discouraged. They can, but they have to be even safer. The broker your ass is, the less risk you can take. So if you're like, yeah, I'm a broke ass, don't take a lot of risk. Be safe. Because of all the people that can afford to lose money, you're not one of them. I didn't always have a lot of money. And when I first started trading, I took a lot of risk to do so. Professionally, mostly. But when I first started trading, I didn't take any fucking risk. All of my stops were at 2%. I triple checked all my entries. You simply cannot afford to until you have built up enough capital that you can begin to take risky positions. And if you can buy one less risky option versus 20 highly risky options, where one will guarantee you profits and the other could guarantee you huge, or could get you huge profits, but doesn't guarantee them, the better choice is always the less risky. Because it's about building money over time, not making money tomorrow. It's about taking those small gains and compounding them over and over and over until you have enough capital that you can begin taking risk. I don't care. People are going to lose money either way. Like, no matter what I say, people are going to YOLO into shit and lose money. Price action, just foments that behavior. I see people, a lot of people like FOMOing into like singular direction options bets, you know, and with options even more so than with stock, like it pays to have capital to manage your position because you can hedge it. Like I got 10 grand I can throw at protecting my position if it moves away from me, or, you know, 20 grand to increase my position if it's moving in my favor. I can open spreads and cover my downside risk. And you guys can do these things too, but you need to understand how to do them and not take such risky bets. And I know a lot of people do, and a lot of people have been working on their risk management and learning, but too many people learn the hard way. Sorry, I know I missed a Ko-Fi there. Gherk Quants, I'd like to congratulate you on the precision predictions of these cycles you have expressed and shared with us. Genuinely grateful for the opportunity to make money, but more grateful for the knowledge. Thank you all. Carl, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. I hope you're feeling better. I don't necessarily know if the Opex cycles are propagated because of short positions on the stock or because it's just advantageous to continue doing them. I think a lot of people misunderstand that about the cycles. They think it's necessary. I don't necessarily agree with that. It could be, but it may not be. I always have to give the risk management speech before every OPEX event. Nope. A lot of people aren't going to listen to it anyway, so it doesn't matter that much, but some will. And for those that do, good. So you're saying triple check your orders, but I tried to spend 20% of my portfolio on puts yesterday, but accidentally bought calls. Still made $100 though. Good job, Jean-Claude Van Damme. That's not how rounded bottom breakouts work. Just found some support. Watching from the sideline and doing my best to learn and just holding shares. I bought 145, 140, 130, 125p for 617 yesterday when Jimmy's at 150. My small portfolio is now up 55% in one day. That's fucking awesome, dude. Good job. Also, good spread. Well placed. I'm not gonna lie, I've been consistently profitable since I started trading. I've gotten lucky a few times. I've had some big plays work out for me very, very well, which helps. Um, but I also practiced for years before I ever put any real money on the line. And I don't know, maybe, I really think it's all learned. I think anybody could be good at it if they put in enough effort. I think like most things that require a lot of effort, most people are not willing to put that effort in. Lost 300 in Feb, but took your advice. Been playing cycles, bought less weeklies. Have almost made all that back, and have a juicy put almost in the money. Thank you, Sensei. Thanks, Miss Tiffany Stark. Tiffany, that's awesome. So is it possible that the moment OPEX events stop being advantageous, they will stop happening? Yeah, that is possible. And and it's one of the reasons that we should approach every OPEX with caution at the forefront of our minds. I've accepted the dark side. Friendometer full bear. 65Ps are safe because they're more than 30 out of the money. Oh, fuck you, popcorn trader. Yo, Pores, do you want to gamble more than you can afford to lose on options? Spend some of that money on Zillionaire first. It's where the people who make money on options sometimes talk shop about it. More likely to not lose everything, or it's a place to post loss porn. Fair, yeah. I mean, if you're serious about trading, I think it's a good place to be. I hope it is. I mean, that's why I made it. Thanks for the resistance and support lines on the SPY and Pickles picks this week. Made 1,200 swinging. Thank you. You're welcome. But you did simulated trading for so long. Oh yeah, when I first started, I was fucking terrible at it. But I kept doing it, and I, back tested strategies and back tested different forms of analysis and different types of entries and ran. I mean, like you see Stefan doing, I ran through the gamut of obscure technical indicators and oscillators and volume indicators. They're seeing them buy those deep in the money puts, so their volatility positions. Can we assume with confidence that Opex is going to happen? Also, you're the best. I have a degree of confidence in Opex. Yeah, I would say it's greater than 50%. And price action is following our expectations, even if last week was a little more volatile than expected. GameStop is volatile. Isn't playing the downside of Opex a safer play? Yes. Less profitable, but safer. 10,000 hours at least. I I mean, I don't think a lot of people know this about me, but I like live and breathe stocks. When the stream ends, I don't I just turn the camera off. It doesn't stop. It's probably not healthy. The hedgies can see her strike. The market is rigged. Oh Jesus. The best one was that they were using still the best options fund I've heard is that they're using their options, their net debit option positions as collateral for margin. I've been trading since 07. You never stop learning in this game. Nope. The green we're seeing in your positions is going to confuse the SS crowd. Yeah, I know. Isn't pushing for people to play options shooting yourself in the foot? No. I make plenty of money outside of GameStop. I'm not losing my edge. I'm not risking losing my edge. I'm just teaching people to make money. And really only on GameStop, right? I don't think that affects my edge at all. Since I've started the stream, I'm more profitable than I was before because I can't day trade anymore. Daniel Godstreet, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat to make
My favorite channel, hands down, is the standard options channel in the Discord. Such good vibes in there. People sharing their knowledge and making bank. I love it so much.
praise be to RC and the BBY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that.
How many years have you now been in the stock market, including when you were paper trading? It's got to be like almost, I mean, since my 20s. Carl on stream. Nice try, Carl. I want your sick ass in here. Contagious motherfucker. Stay in your bedroom. I mean, I worked in finance, right? Like, I think everyone knows that. So that time, although my job there was, well, jobs were different than what I do now. They were similar. So maybe like total 12 years. But trading specifically, 7. And my interest in it started when I was pretty young. Like, I'd read Intelligent Investor by the time I was like 15. At the time, it wasn't what I wanted to do with my life, but... Steven Gurkel, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't.
That's where I went wrong when starting. Where does one find the guaranteed to profit options? I mean, never, right? There's never a guarantee that they'll profit. There's a far higher likelihood. Hey, Girk, I love you, bro. Bob Ross said that all talent is pursued interest. If you have the time and energy to apply yourself in a skill, you can become great at it. Anyone can be a great trader. Keep pursuing your goals, y'all. Thanks, Arugris. I sent you the lyrics for a full bear song. Okay, I'll give it to him. Do you have a wealth target where you would take it easier? No. Just bigger plays, right? You're gonna feel real dumb when you sell CCs when we test 300 during Juno Opex and then we MOASS to 69 million. Why the fuck would I full port into covered calls? That's crazy, popcorn trader. You probably learned without a Gherk too. Oh. I mean, I had people I learned from. They weren't very invested in teaching me, but I was annoying. Hey, Webster, thank you so much for becoming a Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no.
Massively improved grifting skills. I'm pretty bad at that still. Is there a place where I can find our fundamentals in a company, like assets, debt, and other stuff? Or do you just have to look through SEC documents? You should just look through SEC documents. I mean, you could get like Koifin. They'll give you a pretty good breakdown of everything. They're usually mostly up to date. The problem is a lot of the like fundamental analysis platforms will have different information because they don't update properly. I mean, your edge on GameStop and risking losing it by blowing up the Opex cycles and making them disadvantageous for the parties in control of them. Sure. I mean, it's not like that many people are in here, though. I don't think that's a risk. And, I mean, ultimately, that's what people want, right, Sahib? They want to blow up the Opex cycle. Got to get the shorts off the stock. I'm at the pic I sent you yesterday. I'll think about it. You're getting very inappropriate with these spur of the moment due diligences you're doing. Do you support the insurrection? What insurrection? What is internalization? Boofing the order flow. Was. Let us know when you stop being annoying. Never. Okay, this guy's getting banned. It feels super bearish. We might have found a floor for today. Do you think we reverse split today based on RC's wiki tweet about college? No. I'll give you $2 if you delete that orange line and let us test 125. Never. Can you list the acronyms that are typically used in the description or a school of stock video? I sent a bunch of people to the stream and they had a tough time understanding the lingo. Like what acronyms? Jesus, there's so many. What does stock stand for? I mean, I guess I could make a list, but there's so many acronyms. Can you explain an iron condor? It's a strategy consisting of 2 puts and 2 calls. both one long, one short. So 4 total strikes, all with the same expiration. It earns maximum profit when the underlying asset closes between the middle strike prices. So the inner edge of the condor. So it kind of looks like the profit chart looks like that. And as long as the underlying closes between here and here, so these are your strikes, that is where it will achieve maximum profit. So you buy one out of the money put, or sorry, that's the other way. That's the in the money. One out of the money put, one out of the money call, one in the money put, in the money call, or oh yeah. And usually you sell this first, and that gives you a credit, and then you use that credit to purchase these. They're a lower risk strategy. They tend to be capital intensive, and the returns aren't generally amazing on them, but they can be decent. Longs lose the chain yet? Not yet. Popcorn trader, why are you always buying this garbage? They got a lot of fucking work to do to turn this piece of shit around. What do they do? China-based holding company involved in provision technology-driven education services. Online K through 12 after-school tutoring services. Foreign language, professional and interest courses. Businesses, I mean, so not only are you taking on the risk of it, being a mainland Chinese business, but you also expect it to 5x because it's moved up $1, not even. Maybe if it broke 450 again. Iron Condor profitable for cat? Ooh, no. Cat trades in a really wide range. Iron Condors are better on stocks that trade in narrow ranges. Sold Condors, like a short Condor, maybe. I don't know if I've ever just traded an I've traded short Condors on GameStop because they're very profitable when we hit our bottom and just trade sideways for 2 weeks. What are we looking for to know when longs do lose the chain? A fall below gamma neutral. Trash. Or a significant shift in gamma neutral due to the sell-off of call positions. Two puts, two calls, same expiration. Yeah, but it's two sold, two bought. Yeah, long and short. What do you think about price action if we hit Opex at 140? We can move up to like 220. Football still being built up. Football still being held. Gamma neutral is... JFresh is at 117 today, I believe. I think shorter term it's like 130. What do you think about the SoFi reverse split? SI 20% reported. Could trigger something. What's with all this buy volume? I don't know. Probably just like a dark pool dump. Have you added to any of your... I currently don't have any open call positions. I sold the Octobers yesterday. And we broke 150. Why predicting 140 to 220? March OPEX went from 77 to 200. I know. Currently, the obligations on XRT aren't as high as they were in March. The borrow rate is much higher than it was in March. There are way too many clickable buttons. Oh man, they have like videos that they made for like using IBKR's trading platform. I'm not making software guides. I guess, unless Vanguard already has a position. Did you take profits on your puts on that turnaround? No. Why would I? I mean, they do have like videos for doing that. Can you troubleshoot my printer? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Not connecting to the network or... Yeah, I don't have time to like walk people through brokerage software. So this is basically a Jimmy options channel. Can you make a box to show gamma neutral, max pay, and delta neutral? You mean this? Did you have a zinger? What was the zinger? I don't... You're a moderator, Zakir. You should know by now I read almost nothing you write in the chat. You have DM access. Why would I... Cat downside targets? 220. $220 be a big one. I don't like playing the downside on cat. It's super risky, and it tends to chop down. It doesn't fall quickly, usually. Can you walk me through how to pleasure my wife? Here's the church. Here's the steeple. Open it up and ring the fucking bell, Carl. All right. Is Carl okay? I want to do a CC now. Please advise. Seems like a silly idea until the logs have lost control of the chain. There could still be gamma exposure that's being unrealized. I don't think there is, but there could be. First, you have to sand the church doors. First of all, this woman married Carl. Let's grab it and yank it. That's not what your wife likes at all, Jay Fresh. Side of Help Build just went kaboom. Oops. You say there was some economic news being released today? The jobless claims came in today? Unable to Dan? He's just Carl. He's not the king of the Dans. He's not even an elder Dan. He's unaffiliated with the Dans. Part of him becoming a moderator was walking away from any Dan affiliation. Do you get annoyed when your viewers follow your trades to a T? I mean, they never do. That's the problem. You said she'd like it. I don't know what her fucking problem is, Trash. Sounds like you need a new girlfriend. Turns out when you face your mortality in a global pandemic, it makes it hard to go back to working 2 jobs at $12 an hour. Interesting. Yeah. I follow your trades, but way less theta and way further out of the money. Works never. What the fuck? Sorry. To be honest, it's hard to see some of your trades, and it would be easier to all if you announced when you were buying and selling. No. If you want to sell your CC at the peak of a run, how do you safely determine the strike? And when? Well, when would be at the peak. You kind of answered that part for yourself. The strike, I mean, you would probably want to ensure that it's not going to get assigned, right? I assume that's your intention, unless you want it to be assigned, in which case you would just sell it like in the money. Yeah, Snark's perfectly fine. Is this a fight for 130 or just being moved with the market? I think we're seeing a little just like active fund pressure right now. I think it'll die off, personally. Tell me you're trying to ghost plays without telling me. Seriously. I can't think of anything stupider than trying to copy my plays. First of all, they're not even in front of you, so you can't even positionally see the extent of them. Sometimes I'm not even buying shit on GameStop. It's like other stocks. Like I just sold a Costco call. What's the thesis behind selling Baba CSPs? I didn't sell any Baba CSPs. But yeah, if you were selling them, I guess you would assume that the price was going to go up, or you're selling them at a price you want to buy it. I have puts on Baba right now. Nothing stupider. What about buying AMC 100 weeklies? Okay, well, sure. There are stupider things. How many monitors do you use? I have two and a third one that I'm supposed to set up. I helped GameStop by taking some of my shares out of CS and putting them in my broker to sell covered calls. Now they have less fees, right? No? Oh well. They're your shares. Do what you want with them. $134.50 resistance breaks into 169 gamma. No. I mean, I have a lot of things, right? Because I have the stream and the chat and like Discord open. Um, I have two WeBull windows open for different accounts. I have TradeStation open, and then usually like a browser window, and then sometimes like Schwab, Vanguard, or like Fidelity. Haven't you been about to set up that third monitor for like 4 months now? I think I just need like a bigger desk. I did set it up, but I didn't like how it was on my desk, like the position. What was the rationale for you selling your 140p? Just to take profit, or do you expect Jimmy to go up to 140 today? Oh no, it just got stopped. I adjusted the stop and it still got stopped out. So that's the rationale. It was up like 50%. I was perfectly okay with taking profits there. Yeah, I'm not taking your cash and making money with it. Take my cash and make money with it. Give me a cut. Do you split your holdings into brokerages based on the type of holdings? Yeah, mostly. Also, different permissions on different accounts. Like, I have 2 accounts with high-level options permissions, and other accounts that don't have the same options permissions. Like, I can't sell naked calls on my WeBull account. I want to get a standing desk. I just haven't gotten around to it. Wouldn't that make you a fund? Taking on outside capital? Yeah. And it wouldn't, because I'm not registered as one. It would just be illegal. Well, not illegal, but an infraction. If it hit 169, that 169 is gamma max. I don't think we're going anywhere near that, man. Can you share what different brokerages you prefer for different trades? Most of my options trading is done through WeBull and IBKR. If I need to sell naked options or I need a shitload of leverage, I'll do that through like Tastyworks, because their margin is TDA is another option for that. They'll just grant shitloads of margin, and I have like level 5 options there. So I can sell like naked calls, naked puts. I really like Webull for options. I always get good fills. I get really good fills at Webull too. It's one of the reasons I use them. It's level 4, level 5. It just depends on the brokerage. Some of them have it titled differently. Hmm. Interesting. I actually think Tastyworks has it like they call it like the works, but they have like 5 different options levels. I think level 1 only allows covered calls. It doesn't allow puts. I don't remember, but I think that's the way it works. And then they have like a different margin level for like IRAs. Fidelity's fine for options. I just don't like their platform. And I don't like that they don't have real stop limits. Because it's lame. Looks like we're going to have a little bounce into the end of the day today. Especially if this continues on the SPY. I think it's mostly active fund buying. So maybe like another $1 of upside range. Maybe not. For GameStop, $2, maybe $3. As a self-described momentum trader, one way to call it, where do you rank on the trader hierarchy? I don't know if there is a hierarchy. If I open a position 5 puts and average down with 2 more puts, but one was bought with unsettled cash, will I have a GFV if I close 5 of those puts? It depends on if you have it set for first in, last out, or first in, first out, or last in, first out. Third 411 fail of the day for the SPY. Like I said, the SPY's probably going to chop till tomorrow. Nancy Pelosi buys 1 GME, 1 million GME. How is first in, first out beneficial? If you want to sell off long-term holdings, specifically, like say you want to sell out, like you need liquidity, right? You're like a rich guy and you have a long-term position which you've added to over time, but you don't want to take on the tax liability, so you'd want to sell your first in position out first. Technical indicators look like a run to test 170. Really? The trend on GameStop looks like a fucking breakdown of ascending channel. Maybe another test of the high end of that channel, but maybe not. Remember, usually when channels break down, you might see me draw channels like that sometimes. You'll see me draw the high, the low, and the mid. Usually when a channel breaks down, its next test won't run as high. Also, when the fuck has GameStop ever followed technicals, especially to the downside? There's no volume to back up technical trends, so they're useless as a bag of dicks. We have 2 million volume today. Former CBOE floor traders. Interesting. I didn't know that. CPI data comes out at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Tasty works better than TOS then? I know people who like both of them. I've never used Thinkorswim. I don't like TD Ameritrade. I fucking hate them. So, I don't know. Why the hate? They used to be my bank, and I had a lot of issues with them when I closed my accounts out, and so ever since then, I've just never gone anywhere near them or their products. Did you notice that when you were reminding us to set stop losses about an hour ago was our exact bottom? Guess who listens and nailed the bottom? This guy. Good job, Patrick Swayze. Do you approach selling CCs differently when your cost basis is significantly higher than your current price? No. At least not on GameStop, because my goal would be to not be assigned anyway, right? On other stocks, generally speaking, with the exception of like BBBY, and games, well, just BBBY right now. That's just because I can't sell covered calls on it. Otherwise, I wouldn't give a shit. They're just not worth it, the risk. On GameStop, they're more worth the risk. But you would just take the loss, right? You wouldn't let your position get down underwater that much on anything else. No, it wasn't overdraft protection. I closed the account, withdrew the money, and then they charged like a bunch of fees to the account, and then they kept charging the same fee to the account over and over and over again. Which, you know, obviously the account was closed, so it had no balance. So then they were charging an overdraft fee on top of that. And then that just kept looping for like 2 years, and then they sent me a letter that I owed them like 10 grand. But I closed the account, and it took like almost 4 months to resolve it. This is how bag holders are made on GME. TA looks good, but we're starting to know better. How do you all know? How do you all feeling knowing you're stealing from me? Teacher's pension, it feels great. Thanks for the gains. I was looking at UVXY. I noticed the massive price hikes that have occurred with that stock. It tracks the volatility index. It's like a 1.5x leverage that tracks VIX futures, which are volatile. What's your favorite pizza spot in New York City? My two favorite right now, and these change, are Scars and La Industry. La Industry's kind of hard to get to though. It's like in the middle of fucking nowhere in Brooklyn. I commented some clip times and descriptions on yesterday's stream. Make them videos so we can let Gary know what you think of his crusade on PFOF. How's Stefan's rounded bottom breakout looking for today? I don't know. Slap it and find out. Spoken like a hornless yet again, showing your staunch fiscal responsibility. Do you know what's held in IJR? Their asset basket? No. GameStop's in it. Do you think lower next week? Yeah, I do think lower. I don't think we're done dropping by any means. Jesus Christ. We've dropped $23 since yesterday, and we've bounced back $5. No, $4 right now. And everyone's like, that's it. That's the bottom. Fucking unbelievable sometimes. Shills. Also found out that commenting the timestamps makes them hot links to that point in the stream. Pretty cool. Oh, I didn't know that. They're bleeding it down to crush IV. They're letting it bounce because it helps crush IV. If they start to accelerate the price action too much to the downside, the IV will spike. This isn't even a confirmed bounce. We were rejected off of the fucking, like, EMA 180. Like, we didn't even make it back up to VWAP. Most of our day's price actions are pretty identical. Silky smooth cerebral Dan. The only problem with today is we don't have the massive upside spike. We just like had some net settling in the morning when volume opened up, or liquidity opened up. Oh. All I heard you say right now is confirmed bounce. No, not a confirmed bounce. Shit bounce. Most likely gonna keep heading down. I sold my 140s, but that's because I got stopped out of them. And I also, made 80% profit, but I didn't close the rest of my puts. I don't know. I'm very hungry, though. Can I DM you this Tenku? No, because I don't care about it. I'm glad that you're really interested in it. I don't think it's that big of a play. I'm definitely not going to read a Tenku for it. You can break out the important parts and DM that to me if you want, but I'm not gonna go dig through their financials. The correlation is loose for now. Okay, that didn't work. One more. What are you doing, Han? Stop donating. Carl's number, or President Darth Dan is #1 donator. I'm hungry too. Let's get tacos. I don't want a taco. But account minimums are bullshit. Yeah. Especially on a student account. Gherkin used reverse psychology. It's super effective. No, that's not reverse psychology. God damn it, Han. Also, how has Darth Dan surpassed you by that much? Oh, you're #1 now. Good job. Thank you, Han. I appreciate it. I need to set up like a IRA for Han. Okay, I'm done now. No one surpassed me. Thoughts on EPAM? Bounce around 320 again? Maybe. I like the entry here. It's not bad. It can dip a little lower. There's a little room to the downside here. Maybe like 313-ish is possible. How's that taking outside money? I'm just gonna take Han's donations that she shouldn't be giving me and put them in an account. Adding my money in the hedge fund. Don't invest it all in one place. Get the fuck out of here. Spy collapsing. Yeah, a little bit. Lost that foothold at 410. It can hold 408 though. What's that BMG? This is like the gladiator games. You're getting all fucking worked up again. Take all of that excitement and get rid of it. Yeah, no problem, Meatball. If Han has kids, start a 529 account. Oh, yeah. When do you likely selling your puts? Keep till midweek next week or early week? Probably early into the week next week. Tell me everything you hate about this. You don't have enough time, Cody. That's all. If you're gonna buy VIX calls, make sure you have enough time to capture SLD. Lowest puts. I don't know. Probably early next week. Maybe I'll hold them through this week. Maybe tomorrow. Who knows how much they drop us. If we go below 120, I'll probably hang on to them over the weekend. It's not excitement anymore. It's just confusion. Confusion's better. Is it an XRT? I didn't check that. I can't find the port there. Are they wireless? Oh, you need to put them in your backyard during a full moon, Trash. No, it's not considerably less. In fact, June exposure currently looks very close to March. And by the time we get to it, maybe higher. Any way you can do a brief DD on timing AMC puts at this next Opex peak? Why not just any other stock? Why not Tesla, AMD? Why AMC? The range that it can trade to the downside is just sucks. SLD drops usually occurs during the entire deposit period. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Friday sometimes it like starts to let up a bit. So they're solar powered? Sure. Except only by reflection. Was seeing $100 probable? That's tough. I mean, we could, but it's less likely. Every time I stare at one of my crummy stocks that don't do anything, I yell at them, why won't you Opex, you stagnant, worthless share that is same like put? If it was a put, you might be making money on them. Just, Subway Cup, just stop buying garbage. I feel like you invest large quantities of money into super shit plays in the hopes that they'll rip, right? So you have maximum leverage into, why not just some leverage into something worthwhile? Instead of like, I'm gonna buy the float of this fucking penny stock. No, Trash, you have to use the sun at night vis-a-vis the moon. I'm not being snobby. I mean, I'm always being snobby, but I don't feel like I'm being snobby right now. He told us to fuck off. Who cares? I want to invest in Visa, but I can only afford 0.01 shares. If we dump harder, can we play the full bull song? It works because we're bearish to be bullish. No. I wasn't paying attention. Why are you being snobby now? I don't know. I'm being accused of snobbery. Institutions still positive delta positioning? Interesting. My brother says you sound like the kind of guy you can only stand to play one game of Magic with. Yeah. Oh, I definitely am. Maybe a poor choice of words, but I think a bit condescending. Oh, that's, yeah. I mean, that's just part of the findom aspect, right? I love that you teach, but at least I don't learn well when someone rants. Well, for some people, they don't learn well unless I do. There's more than one person in the class, Alex. You are snobby, looking down at us with our far out of the money 1DTE options. It is hot as fuck in here right now. And no, I'm not going to take my shirt off. I don't exclusively play black and blue in Magic. They're my favorite colors. I like artifacts a lot too. They just don't even have a color. Or they're brown. I just like winning. I don't care what deck it is. Although I will say that my favorite deck was when Ponza was really good. Because watching hope and faith in humanity drain out of your opponent is just the best. Yeah, I was playing the new TFT set last night. I just didn't stream it. You know, a real professor would dedicate one day a month to play a few hours of a previous day, chosen at random, and talk through what you see and your buys sells. Ugh. I want to relive the past. Is there any significant news about the market that we should be aware of? CPI data comes out tomorrow morning. That's pretty important. The spy is dead. Long live the spy. Still looks like it's at like 408. There's resistance at 407 something. 407.80? I don't remember what it was. Where the fuck is it? It's here somewhere. Yeah, 407.83. And there's some here at like 408.50-ish. So it can get hung up in this range. GoTo uses the same decks to teach little Chinese children how to avoid investing in crud stocks like GoTo. How is it possible that a company has more total assets than market cap? What? Lots of companies have more total assets than their market cap. Look at BBBY. They also have debt and terrible margins. Have you thought about growing out a really long red ponytail, putting some glasses on, and front running all of our trades on stream delay? No. But after I start a $4,000 a month course for teaching stock strategy, maybe I'll consider it. I need to get more stream cards of like, I made $15,000 in 10 seconds. This is how. Dicks. Ugh. The YouTube world of finance is cringy as fuck. I hate that I'm a part of it sometimes. GoTo was a Charlie Vids pick. Why would you buy stocks recommended by a Mazda salesman? Did he tell people to buy Carvana too? Is that why he lost his job? I would say it's because he's unemployable. That's enough. Yeah, I'm well aware of Zim. Big fat dividend, crazy sell off. Sounds like a Twitter stock. Fucking insect's back. My problem is I don't know what kind of insect it is. It's like a bitey or a stingy insect. There's no fucking stock trader class. No one's going to teach you in the course of 2 weeks how to be a self-sufficient trader ever. They're all a fucking ripoff. They're a ripoff. And worse yet, they're teaching methods that are taught for free in places like Investopedia. If you take 10 seconds to read something instead of giving some asshat on YouTube $3,000. Fucker. All right. I got him. I don't know what he was, but I got him. He's dead. There's another one. There's a sucker born every minute, I guess. Did you VWAP him? I mean, yes. No, but I'm going to leave his body there as a warning. What's up, TV? Thoughts on the snap chart? It actually didn't look bad. But I think if we see another market downturn, it's going to come back down. Right now, bullish, like on a technical sense. From a technical perspective, it looks bullish. But I think we'll see another low when the market tanks from SLD. So before moving up again. It's funny how everything still just kind of looks like the SPY, right? Supplemental liquidity deposits from FINRA. They start next week, Wednesday. It sounds like you're shilling, though. Yeah, I know who Zim is. I'm well aware of them. There's a presumption when you're buying that stock that shipping is going to improve over the next 3 to 5 years. They're also dumping a fuck ton of money into new ships. So it could take years for them to make up that debt. It's not as good a buy as you think it is. And if shipping rates fall in the next few years, they're going to be in that hole for quite some time. So if you're buying it with like a 10-year window, sure. How much of a downturn in the market would it take to raise alarm? Or are we already in alarm status? We're in a bear market. That's it. So would you hold puts until early next week when SLD starts on Wednesday? Wouldn't we expect Jimmy to fall down with the market on Wednesday? Yeah, but theta decay. So unless they're deep in the money, no. I buy all my stocks in the 10-year plan, and then I panic sell them an hour later for a loss. Nice. Zim, same like Castor Maritime. It's starting to feel that way. Shipping rates are dropping now in the trucking industry. I know. Wait till product flow starts to dry up. The bullwhip is merciless. I did not belong to Delta Gamma Theta. Have you heard of QYLD? It's a CC ETF. Yeah. Good dividends. I'm not really into dividend investing, but it's nice, I guess. Slow. It's very slow to build up momentum in dividends, but once you do, it's great. QYLD is solid, especially in a bear market. It'll overperform. There's another one too. I forget the name. I always forget the name of the other one. What calls in your rugged handsomeness? And they are printing. Thanks, Pterodactyl. Does theta tick down once per day? Is it continuous? It's continuous. It's exponential decay. Just keeps going. I guess if you can actively manage CCs already, then no point. It's easy, right? Like, you don't have to actively manage it. That's the point. You give someone else fees to do it for you. Can you call it a random catalyst for MOASS? Reverse split. Massive share buyback. Merger or reverse merger. Large acquisition. Cat continuing to show it doesn't give a fuck about the rest of the market beta. If 84% of people lose money on CFDs, wouldn't it make sense to consistently do the opposite of what I'm thinking? What I think. It's not direction that they lose money on. It's time and spread. CFDs kind of suck. Are they rolling their puts with all the 123 in the money puts? No, they're building an entropic hedge, it looks like. Which is a good sign, right? If they're hedging the upside. That's what I want to see. You turn 10K into 50K on this Opex? Yeah. Yeah, you could. You could also just lose 10K. Sub 130 puts still in place? Yeah. They sold off some 135s were sold off earlier today. Most expiring tomorrow. Their 617 puts remain static. They haven't touched them really. I think some 145s they sold off, but those aren't really super relevant at this point. What do you think about Gary Gensler and his reforming the markets? I spoke on it quite a bit yesterday. Clip what? Is ghosting their put walls dumb? No. It's reliable. All I want from you and quants is 80% certainty that short hedge funds can kick past June. July 15s are better than October's. Yeah, you're not going to get that. We have one historical point of reference. Technically two, if you count the January sneeze. Two historical points of reference that they cannot move obligations past the ETF rebalance. But only two. 2 out of 7. So nice hand. I don't think he can change anything. Oh, he can. He can absolutely change things. The question is, whose benefit is he changing them for? It's not ours. No, it's not safe to say we won't hit them. They're still there. They seem to think they'll hit them. The 110's very cheap. It won't seem cheap if we're trading at 80, but it's super fucking cheap if we're trading at 180. Can you explain how the entropic hedge works in the context of 617 puts? Well, first of all, when they close those puts, that's going to create upward pressure on the stock. And then they have Opex obligations the following week. So putting an entropic hedge into play while we're dropping now, and it's cheaper to do so, benefits them. They have to protect themselves from the upside in the price movement through Opex. That's why they hedge entropy, because they are short volatility and they need to be neutral volatility when the price runs, and they want exposure to the underlying price. Normally, they do not have that. Short volatility is not really exposed to gamma. So they want gamma exposure, but they don't want volatility exposure for that period of time. Is it normal to base fair valuations on data from the previous year's quarterly report? Unless their industry has undergone some fundamental change or large scale event like COVID. Can they lose money with these new laws? Oh yeah, a lot. Is there a good strategy for buy rights before Opex or after? There's a good strategy for buying before Opex and writing during. There's a good strategy pre-Opex for selling cash secured puts. Or if you want to take on $100 of risk to the downside, naked puts. I have a video explaining an entropy swap. There's a clip. Just look up entropy. It's like explain like I'm 5, entropy swap. They make money on the decrease in IV from a high range to a low range. So as IV drops, they profit. Short volatility. Ultimately, it's basically, thank you, Han. There's the link if you guys want to look at it. I don't spend a lot of time explaining these things because it's a waste of time to try to explain them to their full extent. It's not, I don't think it's super important that most people have a deep understanding of complex derivative swap positions. Mostly you need to know they exist and they do a thing. It's not really a need to know basis. It's just, it's not that people don't need to know. It's just, what's the point in knowing? You have no control. You can't participate in this, like in the exchange of swaps. It's an outside factor. That's fair. I mean, you can look up papers on entropy swaps. There's lots of academic papers, not lots, but there's a few academic papers on it. Been in a meeting. Any juicy updates? No. Just taking a big shit today. I just internalize my feelings and they come pouring out in a dark pool dump. What will I do with my money when Gherk is gone after MOASS? I need to learn as much as possible. They priced in supply chain issues in May of 2021, but everything improved from that valuation. I could easily see the stock running $10 and jumping the chain. Hmm. The market maker disagrees with you. Why? Also, stocks have to have interest as well. Besides, you know, being like 100,000 shares being bought up likely for an ETF. Most of Vanguard's equity purchases are for ETFs. Same with BlackRock. And that doesn't infer bullishness, right? That just means they need to own it to track the index they're tracking. I mean, with their cash flow, I don't think they're going to go bankrupt. I think if they started to go bankrupt, they would probably be bought out. 1 second. Highest risk reward strikes. 0.02, 0.1, 0.001. $169 end of day. Thanks, Smack Factor. I like the way you think. Is this the squeeze? No. Does it look like a fucking short squeeze? If you knew nothing about short squeezes, and I was like, bro, the stock is squeezing, is this what you would expect to see? I know you're kidding. Squeezing sideways. According to our chat most days, this is considered ripping. That drives me insane. When someone's like, dude, this is ripping. And I go and look and it's like up 12 cents. It's always some penny stock, so it's like the percentage increase is insane, right? These hot flashes cause the grumpies. They really do. The company is improving and the board is being compensated in stock. Okay. There's incentive to increase the price. I'm just trying to see something I'm not seeing. Build a bear case. If someone shorted it, they shorted it for a reason. Especially about being more confident in your plays. I plan an entry, but sometimes I get a bit hesitant on executing it, even though the play ends up going my way. I've been practicing and making steady gains on paper options, but no confidence in real plays. Thanks. Follow through. That's the hardest part, is believing in yourself. The more time and exposure you have to it, the more confidence you'll have, right? Hey, that's like the approach I take with the whole channel, is that, you know, as you learn more, you will be more confident. Some people are just overconfident right from the get-go. And then they learn the hard way, and then that destroys their confidence in making assessments in the future. And sometimes that means they just walk away. Sometimes that means that, you know, they try harder next time. One second. Gotten some snacks here to reduce my crankiness. Give the people what they want. What's that? Right into the mic. But they're not Funyuns. They're just like Funyuns. I got a second interview. Nice. Are my 150Ps that I bought at 153 safe? I'm a sell. Really? I mean, you could. Boss Blunt's crew still holding on to their 130 calls? Maybe. I'm not eating veggies. I'm eating carbohydrate-free coconut crisps. Sorry, keto-friendly coconut crisps. I don't even know why these are in my fucking house. They taste like coconut. Coconut husk. What? I love pineapple. What are you talking about? The borrow rate is consolidating. Okay, you've one comment of the day, Yas. Hmm. Moist? What's moist? I got him. No, it was a wasp. I knocked my stream deck out of my computer, but he's dead. I think Netflix will recover over time. They haven't stopped making obscene amounts of money. No, this was just a yellow jacket. He's dead as fuck. Wouldn't Girk face on romantic novel covers? Oh, because the hair. I don't like getting my hair cut. I used to work at a job where I had to get my hair cut like every week because they were insane. And now I just don't like getting my hair cut at all. Is TA viable on options charts? To some degree. Yeah, my hair grows pretty fast. Is that another one? Fuck. What is going on here? Okay, my living situation has become untenable. This is the end. Cut your hair, we'll leave you alone. I've been to Hawaii, Stefan. No thanks. Yeah, I did the deal with my buddy. He's so far made none of his weekly payments. Which my lawyer says is a good thing. IMC, thank you for becoming a billionaire.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on a
I'm gonna take the house or text his wife and tell her to figure it out. I'll probably text his wife and tell her to figure it out. I don't want to be his wife's new boyfriend. Well, nah. Oh, IMC, hit me up on the Discord so I can add you to the country club after the stream. What should I do if I'm better half bear than bull? Oh wait, wrong group chat. Thanks, Boosted Siggy. Are you playing BBBY June Opex? Yeah. Sort of. Well, 130, which is really what's important here, not 128.48. 130 is kind of like the long side last line of defense, right? There's no long positions below 125 anymore. What stocks do you think will have the most epic comeback in the next bull market? I don't know. Let me get in my time machine and find out. The bounce is weakening. Like throwing a ball on the ground, right? Like we came in hard and fast and then petered out too quickly. If you ask your wives about this, they can explain it to you. That was cold. Interesting. Oversimplified, but don't M shapes tend to break down and W's break up? No. I think you'll find that the correlation there is a coin flip. Let me ask my fleshlight. If you had to guess, what is the true SI on GME? Probably somewhere, well, we're approaching the end of the cycle. So above 100%. After the cycle's over, like probably like 20 to 40%. That would be my best guess. Since they're returning shares, they don't have the ability to short us anymore. That's not how that works. Can someone go ask Superstonk how they explain shares being returned without shorts being closed? Someone? Anyone? Can someone draw out the mental gymnastics for me on how that works? I thought shorts were never closed, but shares are returned, which means those short positions are closed, no longer existing as a short position. No, I mean closed. They're fucking closed. They're closed. The lender has the shares back. I don't mean covered. The shareholders' agreement in place to allow the borrowing of those shares no longer exists. The answer is crime. If you knew SI was over 1,000% theoretically, what would you do differently in your existing? I've seen your old vid about it. I don't think that's possible. If SI was over 1,000%, GameStop would probably be at 0. Like if the standing SI right now was at 1,000%, the price of the stock would be almost nothing. I was under the impression that they returned borrowed shares with other borrowed shares. Okay. Still returned, though. New short, right? Old short gone, new short there. You think SI isn't that high anymore? Is this my takeaway? No, I think SI is quite high right now. I think it'll increase between now and the 16th. And then they'll clear a bunch of it out. And then they'll do it all over again. I too pay my credit card with other credit cards. Yeah, but the credit card you paid still paid, right? But surely every cycle they reduce the net total of shorts on the low. I mean, yeah, and average them up on the upside. The fuck is this? Is this like shitty Zoom? It's gotten obliterated since November. I mean, if the market comes down more, this will too. I'd probably have to look more at their earnings and stuff to determine if this is a good point for a buy-in. Username face. Like a programmable SMS service. Weird. Arc Coffee Special. So I empty the coffers, and I'm now proud owner of 0.25 Visa shares. Oh, you bought at the top, man. Gamma Max is infinite for BBBY right now. Like all the gamma on the there's not a lot of gamma value, right? Because the price has been locked at like sub $10 for weeks. So borrowing shares is similar to renting a video from Blockbuster, except you don't get a disappointed look of the staff when you return a share that hasn't been rewound. Sort of, except they don't even look inside the case. Right? They just assume that you've put the video you rented in the case, and they chuck it in a bin with other videos. How do you feel about the downside on V? I don't know if I've ever been propositioned that way before. I mean, it's not my favorite, but I'm down. It could probably fall sub 200 again. Who's the loser here? ETFs, shareholders, longs. Yeah, I'd have to dig more into their valuation to tell you if this is like a decent buy-in. If you're thinking of like a long-term buy and hold. Infinite Gamma Max, same like no gamma. So you're saying there's a chance that my 715 8C could print? Do you think the SPY will break 407? It already fell below resistance here. It could. It may recover kind of into the end of the day. What's the next? I don't have it. This isn't like my SPY chart. Hold on. The next significant downside resistance, if it breaks through here, is 405.29. That'd be a pretty big drop off into the end of the day. But what's interesting here is it's kind of right within the expectations for this week. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected this week. A little bit of a drop off into the economic data today and tomorrow. So, damn, my SPY analysis this fucking week was spot on. I should have played it. I just didn't do shit with it. I spent 2 hours analyzing it and then fucking just wrote it up in Dillionaires. The accuracy of that is disturbing. Huh. You know what? I'm the best. I'm the best at stocks. I was thinking there for a second, I thought it was going to trade flat all week, but no, that's not what I wrote. And so humble. How do you do it? I don't think humility is a desirable trait when you're a trader. You have to be a little egotistical. It helps. It helps you put money on the line. If you're too humble, then go play fixed income. Buy dividend stocks. Diamond Dick, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Although I think you were already one.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon.
You convinced me I'm not going to Wendy's anymore. Let me know when you start the Gherk ETF. Get F. I'm egotistical. When does the rest of the trading prowess come in? Probably around the time that you stop buying far out of the money short dated calls on high risk plays. Ticker pick equals pickle ETF. Gas shortage is threatening the meat industry in Australia. Will cause government intervention. I thought you just went out and grabbed a roux and tossed it on the Barbie. I don't actually know what goes on in Australia. Any predictions on CPI? No, I didn't get a good chance to dig into like any of the data for the last week for CPI. Probably within range, maybe a slower rate of growth. I don't think we're going to see a reversal in inflation right now. I don't know the names of any people on SS. There was the geometric mean squeeze guy. He was pretty smart. Excuses, excuses. Yeah, I wouldn't trust a broker's analyst statement. Yeah, but if you shoot a kangaroo and you don't kill it, won't it just like come up and kick your ass? I hope you're right. I just bet my wife's 401k on BBBY. Oh boy. Better hope they don't go out of business. I messaged you on Discord. Okay, cool. Thanks. I'll get to you after the stream. Did you hold weekly and the money puts overnight? Yeah. Businesses can just go out of business. Happens all the time. I got a call from IT. I thought they were going to tell me to stop watching this at work. Why are you drawing lines to the rounded bottom to bullish descending lightning bolt? Looks like we won't see Gex covering tomorrow. You nailed it. I did, didn't I? At what stage in this last year did you reach peak pickle pompousness? It happens every day. March was pretty. I mean, I took my shirt off because my trades were so hot. Average Joe. Go stonks. I swear the Philly exchange seems to be more active in options market wide the last week or so. Seeing them with large blocks on L2 all over. Yeah. Got a whole bunch of baskets to hedge, right? You know Susquehanna is the largest equities trader. I've got my shirt off right now. Nice. July 1, 165, C, a hold or roll worthy? Isn't it just dead for no back holder? I mean, July 1st. Fuck. I mean, it's already worthless, right? You might as well hang on to it and see if something nice happens. If we run early into Opex, then it could print. What's the downside of playing far out of the money short-term plays? Your position gets eaten up by theta before the price action that you need is just like that you desire occurs. I love your wife and are going on our honeymoon during the week of Opex. Am I gonna miss VUPs? Maybe. Maybe you'll just miss Freganing Part 2. When do we generally peak on Opex runs? Thursday? Oh, no. Usually the second rally is higher, which comes like the following week. That happened in August too. So usually the highest high is after the fact, except in November. Even then, the next day was the higher test. What is Freg's Day? November 24th, 2021. The year of our Lord. When Lady VWAP sought fit to punish the infidels for their bullishness. And the Messiah, Frag, blessed be he, abandoned our cause temporarily. Really, he was just hibernating because he drank too much. I must now resume my job as the burger meat at Burger King. I was about to say November was also a higher high. Yeah. I wasn't watching your channel at that time, but managed to drop 100K into the stonk at 2:30. Shame me. No. Do you do a course, intro to trading or something that can be purchased? No, because people who sell that kind of shit are assholes and don't know dick about trading. Or they know a lot about trading and they've decided to sell that shit because they don't want to trade anymore. Either way, always a waste of money. Anytime anyone's selling you something that you'll make money off of, or they promise you'll make money off of, they're a fucking liar. All the filler trades have been traced back to Macors. Hashtag Moongang. How early could they pre-hedge realistically? Few days in advance. Even then, they're still gonna have an imbalance, but less of an imbalance. Yeah, but I'm not gonna like Dillionaire is just a place for people who want to learn to trade to hang out. I'm not selling it as like some fucking special program that you can like sign up for and you'll be rich all of a sudden. You're more likely to join Dillionaires and lose all your money than you are to join it and make money. But it's a great place to go if you want to learn how not to lose all your money. I feel attacked. It's not really an attack, though, if I'm just stating the truth. What a great way to advertise Dillionaires. What better way than spending $25 a month to talk to people that survived Freg's Day and listen to their battle stories? Freg's Day meltdown. No, there's another channel for that. Do people not make money from pickles picks? I don't fucking know. Sure. Some do. Some do all the right things and still lose money on them. I don't know how. Like sometimes like I'll play the pickles pick and kill it. And then someone's like, "Man, I lost like 5 grand on that." How? I don't know. No, only pigeon whales get calf picks. The secret is $30 out of the money puts. Where is Pickles Picks? It's in the announcements channel in Dillionaires. I joined Billionaire specifically to lose all my money. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, if you have an upcoming divorce, what better way to go out than in a blaze of glory? Can't take half of nothing. Or so I've heard. Look at them moving the fucking price right back to their spot price for their gamma imbalance. Those sneaky bastards. You want to see some fun shit? This is how much control they have. Look at these cocksuckers. T plus 1, 2. Just draw a thick line underneath so it can't fall through. Shut your fucking mouth, man. They don't all look like that. It's not as precise elsewhere. Spy die. Ooh. The spy's fallen. What was that fucking resistance? $105.29. I just stopped a market crash, guys. No problem. You're welcome, American economy. Haven't been around for a few hours. Out of the money put still ready to rock us? Looks like it to me. Yeah. Also, did you ever think about how the name Desiree just means desired? Like, wow, this is gonna be one sexy daughter. What the fuck? What the fuck is that? um Interesting. I mean, that's what all parents want for their children, right? When they grow up. So far, my understanding of parenting, and parents, feel free to correct me, is you have two primary goals: room and board, and to not let your kid get diddled. I think if you could do both of those successfully, you'll churn out something decent. I'm wrong? Oh well.
Good thing I don't have kids. Well, that's the room and board part, is keeping them alive. Oh, you mean like keeping them from killing themselves? That's just natural selection. If your child gets in the cupboard and drinks bleach, you know? This got dark. Fucking Wasp is back. I think I love you. That's okay. What is the percent of girls that view the stream? It's got to be getting close to 0. That's why I don't clean up the yellow jacket body. Arnold Kent. You kill one and you declare war. Stick a little toothpick with a flag on it in him. I know you are, Stephanie Stark. I'm not even sure Han isn't catfishing us. I mean, doesn't the like keeping them from killing themselves part kind of go hand in hand with the keeping them from getting diddled part? Like, in order to keep your child from getting diddled, you need to keep an eye on them, right? Real quick, shout out to Tom Tom. That's the OG pigeon whale right there. He is. Guys, that's what your wife's boyfriend actually looks like. He's a puppy with a fat hog. Drink it until all the pores. Step your shit up. Riku. Thanks, BMG. You need to get out of the house. No, I don't. Why? I've seen the outside world. It's not for me. Hey, Selena Booten. I didn't time you out. Carl might have. Carl's a very defensive Viking daddy. Okay, Moon. Classic Carl. You didn't stop the market crash for very long. Well, I did my best, all right, Noah? I'm still gonna call everyone dude. Me too. Yeah, like, can we post our game porn from puts to Super Stonk? Just cause fun, right? Old. What's up, Justin? I can't live like this. Dillionaire testimonial. I became a dillionaire to Degen Pickles Picks plays. Wipe off the poor stench and loop full bowl 69 times. Best Findom stream ever. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. I made $30 on some GME puts. Here's your tithe, Pickle Man. Thanks, Purple Hulk. Good job on the puts, man. Up $27, better than down $27. Don't say that. It's holding. It's still touching it. What do you do on weekends? Read 10 Qs, look at charts. Put stream cards on my Tinder profile. Have I ever been arrested? No. Charged or arrested? Those are very different things. I think the market's already pricing in disappointment for tomorrow. Look at Riku's. I feel like this is a Joker moment for a lot of people here. That's fair, Dave of the Pigeon Whale Daves. Think of it this way. Why does Citadel get to steal all your money? Have you ever been to a Michelin star restaurant? A few. Are they worth it? Yes. I don't want a wife. That's why I use Tinder, Cody Blakely. I don't want to share my options gains. I wasn't sick. I deep fry my liver. No, I'm not playing Docu's earnings. Yeah, Ivy bumped a little today, I think. Still in the same range, though. I've met my wife on Tinder. Nice. I met my wife on Grindr. Huh. All right. I met your wife on Tinder too. UVXY did squeeze a few times in the past. Oh, in the past 3 to 4 years. You're probably looking at the January crash, or the so there's the COVID crash, Volmageddon, which was in 2018, and then that should be the only big ones. I've been to 11 Madison Park in per se. I've never been to La Bernardine. Have you been to Blue Hill? That's really good too. I don't think Momofuku is as good as it used to be. Runza? No. I sent my fiance to the obligation warehouse when she gets pretty. Thanks for all you do. Oh, I answered that, Joey. Just rewind like 2 minutes. I met my wife in chat. That's crazy. If we lose 126, what's the next key level of support after that? 125? Should there be any GEX tomorrow with a decline in price today? No? Yeah, that's true, BMG. So VXX is slightly detached from the VIX right now. It's not properly tracking the index. It's not properly tracking the contracts it's tied to. It has deviated from its underlying asset pool. I'd love to go to Blue Hill. Never make it into the city now with COVID. You could go to the one upstate, Daniel. Blue Hill at Stone Farms, I think, or Stone Barns or something like that. Worth holding a weekly 125p overnight. That's risky. Tomorrow's Friday. Have they discarded any of their puts today? Not really, no. Some deep in the money ones got sold off, but not many of them. Chris Moriso, thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn cold. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boast.
If they drop us to 90 by next Friday, will your bullishness change? Will you go even more degen on calls for June Opex? I'm already gonna go pretty degen on calls. And then I just picked up like another like 67,000 on the October calls yesterday. So yeah. And I'm gonna put this put profit in there too, which isn't as much, but it's decent. It's like another 12 right now. I must slap all that on there. No, not 67,000 calls. That's insane. Tell us when you buy calls. Maybe. Jesus Christ. No, the October calls were up. Jim Ive the pig. Thank you for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it. So they've entered their entropy swap. Maybe not fully, Dansome Lurmer or Lurer. But some of it. I said when I was buying the Octobers, I said I'm gonna pick up some Octobers when we crossed $95. And then people were like, what did you get? And I was like, I got some October 100s and 110s. And then I sold them yesterday, and people are like, what did you sell? And I was like, my October 100s and 110s. More importantly, say I'm spending 20% of what I want to spend right now. So that people don't dump all their money that first time you say you're buying. I don't even want to tell people because they just... Ugh. You think we're going to see some violent downside next week? I think we'll see some more downside before this is over. Don't forget, they still have, like, $120 million worth of puts out of the money. Citadel still got to make their $6 billion this quarter, right? Spy sub 400 end of day. Did it break down? Oh, it did. The next resistance, I think, is at 403. 403.70. There. The market crashing or flash crashing, Joey? The market and so value in the market and volatility are inversely correlated, price and volatility. So when the price in the market goes down, volatility goes up. Don't forget that they've split UVXY several times. It's no longer capable of attaining those prices that you once saw in the past. They reverse split it all the time. And so every time they reverse split it, those spikes that you're seeing also split like 3 to 1 or 4 to 1. So what you're, because the chart splits with the stock, right? So, you know, if UVXY hit like $100 here, and then they split 4 to 1 down here, then this becomes $400. And then if they split again later down the line, 4 to 1 again, then this becomes $800. It's not that it really ever hit those prices. Does that make sense? WeBull shut down their comments. Thank God. That thing was a dumpster fire. Elon Musk tweeted, "There's something special about enjoying movies in a theater with total strangers. I hope that never goes away." That doesn't sound bullish. It sounds sarcastic. Elon Musk jerk it off in movie theaters now? Do I want a pony? Like what kind? Like the miniature ones? Have you guys seen mini horses? I would get a mini horse. It's like a better dog. Elon's not allowed to do it on the plane anymore. Is there a short ETF for meme stocks? You can sell covered calls, Sahib. Or you can just make money. Mini horses or ponies? No, they have like actual miniature horses. They're super tiny. But they look like a horse, not like a pony. Horses are scary and they're unpredictable. Yeah. I've seen many videos of them killing and eating other animals. I don't think that's very common. That's usually because of like a nutrient deficiency. It's not a Shetland pony. God damn it. Alright, listen, fuckers. This is a miniature horse. It's not a pony. It's a mini horse. This fucking monstrosity of breeding programs gone awry is a fucking pony. Alright? See the lack of majesty? Mini horse. Pony. You're a donkey. Which one's faster? The mini horse. It's not a mini horse. It's just a giant fence. Can you house train them? I don't know. This average Joe? Daddy Gensler? He hates it. That dude's hands look wicked strong. All the better to chokes you with. PFOF is precious. I meant to tell you this morning, be careful when you let JFresh out. We had a coyote in our backyard last night. Hopefully he's spoiled and indoors only. I don't know. God, no, make it stop. How is that a racist stereotype? Gollum's not Jewish. He's a fucking hobbit. Is there some 4chan thing that I'm unaware of? Prove it. You're racist against hobbits? No. He's a primitive early form of hobbit. I said horses are fast. Many horses are faster than ponies. The coloration of the animal is irrelevant. Listen. I know plenty of Jewish hobbits that would be offended. 40370 broke. 40370 is the resistance. I mean, it's not really broken. You have to be a little. This is a resistance. It's not a fucking firm line in the sand. It's like, I traded a penny over. We're taking the stream down, Girk. It's over for you. Thanks, Anti-Defamation League. What was my most successful Opex run? March last year? I mean, Jan Sneeze wasn't an Opex run, per se. Have you ever actually seen an animal? I've lived all over this country. It's okay. I understand that the anti-mini horse crowd doesn't understand what the fuck they're talking about. And that's okay. You guys can pick up literature and read it and learn more. It's okay to be wrong. It makes you want to say things like, Pickle lives in a city. He's never even seen a mini horse. And that's fine if you want to assume that. I don't think there's any such thing as like a mini pig. I think they just have small pigs and they look cute and then they become big fat pigs. Guinea pig? That's racist. Thoughts on volatility ETFs during recessions? I mean, in a bear market, volatility is higher. You're really hung up on this UVXY thing. Did you miss my explanation? I know what you're doing. You're looking at the UVXY chart and you're like, "Oh my god, this hit $140,000." No, it fucking didn't. Chat is fucking brilliant today. Now it just, yeah, but if you put a miniature me on it, it just looks like a full-size horse. Gollum is not a golem. Greedy dead man. Even in Jewish folklore, these two things are not the same at all. Which one of the 12 Persian gods are you? Hopium. Now, if somebody took an animated anthropomorphic being and put Gary Gensler's face on it, that would be fucking racist. and anti-Semitic. Again, I've owned them. Gherkin is 100% correct. Thank you, Cody. Mini horse owner. Dillionaire extraordinaire. I don't even know if Gary's Jewish. I haven't seen his dick. Have you? How many mini horses to make 1 horsepower? 10? I mean his staff. Does Moonwind not understand how circumcision works? Cut PP, same like covered call. Where can I DRS mini horses? At like CompuStable? Equine share owner services. It's loosely decoupled, Iron Archer, not fully decoupled. Market equities? On Houston Wade's livecast, multiple shills bring up your opinion about the unlikeliness of MOASS. In your opinion, are they shills that need to be stopped, or are they doing the right thing educating apes? They're doing what they need to do. Pronto. I fully support their right to have an opinion. and a loosely structured belief system centered around a divine event. I still haven't gotten around to washing it. The funniest thing I've heard you say was when someone said you jumped the shark and you said, no, I don't even go in the ocean. Should mini horses be the new bull symbol since you literally can't short them any further? Maybe like the new bottomed out symbol. $129.69. They couldn't let us have that. Not on 6-9. Best Buy is drilling down, pushing 75. Finally, it's dying. We may have been early, Jeff, but we weren't wrong. Tell us about the time you were buying AMC on the toilet. Well, I was constipated, and I thought if only I could get some free popcorn right now, covered in butter flavored oil. And since their stock was cheaper than going to the movie theater and buying it directly, I figured I'd save myself some money. What car do you drive? Mine, usually. When is the CPI release? 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Waka waka. Congrats to everyone short the SPY. I got that one wrong. Luckily, I covered my long position for nearly a scratch before the cratering. Wait, did you think it was going to go up? Into CPI data? That's awfully bullish. You let the bulls take control, Segan. You've been listening to the Fed say bullish things too much. Inverse the Fed should be an ETF. Would you say shorting requires a more in-depth analysis of the stock than going long? Is the subject of the DD different or nearly identical but more comprehensive? I mean, I think both positions should be inquired into equally, but a short position carries infinite risk. Oh, scalping the intraday swings. Are you surprised that the bulls have maintained control of the chain up until this point? No. I'm surprised the bulls got control of the chain during a monthly Opex and the obligations were that high. Ding ding. The day is done. 128.98, down 7% or $9.75. Roughly in the range that we opened at the other day, probably eliminating most of the T+2 gamma imbalance. So very unlikely at this point for us to see any exposure tomorrow. If we do, it is going to be due to the exercise of in the money calls, which is going to probably be more minimal than we would have seen if it was this entire run. So yeah, pretty much that. Right back at the 126.70 resistance. Longs remain in control of the chain going into tomorrow. And with zero DTE pressure, we may see some volatility in the early half of the day before longs stop buying zero DTEs. So expect some price fluctuation, probably between our current price and like 135 into the end of the week. We are currently trading below max pain, but we're still above gamma neutral and delta neutral. Why did we go upwards towards the end of the day? Could just be the closing of short dated put positions for tomorrow. The relieving of pressure on the system. No reason to short it into close. Maybe they covered the last of the gamma exposure before close, so they wouldn't have to place the market orders at open tomorrow. These are all possibilities. We don't really know. Thoughts on the massive sell-off of SPY into close? I don't think the estimates for inflation, which comes out tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. one more time, are very bullish. I think we're still going to see a slight increase in the rate, although the rate may be slowing down. That does not mean that it is inversing. For us to really achieve confidence in the market again, we're going to want to see the inflation rate reverting and shrinking, not going up less quickly. Inflation can stagnate historically for very long periods of time. And the Fed's addressing of inflation is not only ineffective, it's minimal. Most of the things driving core inflation are not under the Fed's control, and they can't really do anything to influence it with monetary policy. And so, they're pushing forward rate increases primarily to satisfy political agendas and make it look like they're doing something more than they're really pushing forward inflation or rate increases to cure inflation. Anyway, that's it for today. We can take a look at the long-term chart. That's the SPY. Hold on. For GME, but nope. So looks like we're breaking back down to that key support level. Getting some decent volume now to the downside. Yesterday it was, even though we dropped a lot, the volume was very minimal. So we're starting to pick up a little bit of steam on this downtrend. After 126, our next key resistance to the downside is at 113. Remember, they're still holding open puts at 120, 125, and 110. All of these levels still with large numbers of puts. There is put interest at 190 as well. They did sell off some of their 60, 70, and 80 puts, but I think this is mostly due to the increase in Vega neutral. More than it is they don't think they can hit this price anymore. They don't want to hit that price anymore. So theoretically, yes, we could drive under $90. I do think that it's unlikely that they'll have the time to do that unless they kind of flash crash it into the Opex covering. And then also remember that they can continue shorting past the 17th. This does not have to be the end of their short interest in GameStop. They can continue shorting all the way up until the point where they cover, which at the latest is the 24th. So we could continue to see price decline after the 17th. I will say that their puts are not currently positioned for that, though. SPY under 400 tomorrow? It could happen. Especially with CNS coming up next week. Or SLD. Sorry. Tired. What do you think will end next week at? I want my 135 CSPs assigned. I mean, you're already profitable on the position, so why not just buy them back and sell them lower if you want to get assigned? Like, sell them in the money again. Right? QT's already begun. All right, guys. Thank you so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a good night. See you later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show!
Not an advisor. Frigulond.